Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. This is the big one. It's the World Series of Poker main circuit event, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. My name is Action Man Dan. Shuffle up and deal. Cards are in the air, and I've got a real special treat for you guys this evening. I've got my good mate, my co-host, my co-commentator, Alan Finn is in the house.
Cheers for that introduction there, mate. It's an absolute pleasure, as always, to co-commentating with you. I'm not going to lie, mate. I've been thoroughly
Alan,
looking
are you
forward to this
there?
all week. Can you hear me, Dan? Can you hear me?
There are 144 players remaining. There is 1 million in the prize pool. €1,650 is the buy-in. And the winner of this event will be taking home €160,000. Claudio is all in from under the gun with pocket nines for 45k. That's just over one big blind. Good evening to wherever you are tuning in from. Hello, Apocalypse in the Twitch chat. Flop is King, Jack here, Mandrake, set to eliminate Claudio in 143rd place. Turn is the 4 of hearts. 98k in the pot. River is the 9. Claudio rivering the set to stay alive.
Any better now, Dan? Can you hear me, mate? Apologies for this, guys, if there is some audio issues here. If you guys can hear me, if someone in maybe the mods can give me a shout, maybe Apocalypse, can you let me know if you can hear me? Because I should be able to work this. There shouldn't be an issue with my audio, but if Apocalypse is in the chat there, can you just let me know if you can hear me, Apocalypse? And guys, we can hear you, Alan, so that's okay, Dan. Check your output sessions, Dan, is what I would recommend. And guys, serious apologies over this. This was not an issue before we started, but as long as you guys can hear me right now, that's not an issue. So hopefully Dan can maybe get his output setting sorted that he can hear me, but if you guys can hear me, then that's all good. I was a little bit paranoid there, but if you want, Dan, I'll just commentate for a few minutes until you maybe try and get the output settings sorted. And as I said already, guys, sincere apologies for this. This wasn't an issue 5 minutes ago. This only happened when we just literally went live. So again, as I always say, apologies for that.
Sorry guys, refresh the page. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Dan. Can you hear me, mate? No, you still can't hear me, unfortunately, which isn't ideal. Got you now, Dan, yeah. I just don't think Dan can hear me, which is an issue. Which is obviously an issue.
MJ says he can hear me. What's up, guys? Just having some technical difficulties getting that sorted out for you immediately. Bear with us. We will have it all up and running perfectly in just a moment.
Alessandro here on the button anyways, guys. I might as well commentate for a little bit while we try and get this issue sorted. So anyways, Alessandro opening 6-5 suited here on the button to AK. Claudio in the big blind, probably going to be cold calling. Has decided to defend here on the big blind, guys. So we're going to be going to a heads-up flop here. Big blind versus the button. Mr. Claudio versus Alessandro. Two Italians going at it. We shall see. King A2, two-tone flop, guys. Not a lot going on for either player here. Alessandro just with 6 high. Claudio with the queen high, but having the club. Backdoor equity. 2 overs to the 8. Let's see what Alessandro decides to do here. Let's come out with a C-bet. Very standard here. Super small bet as well. Decides to take it down. Wouldn't mind to see a defend there from Claudio with the queen of clubs, but off that stack size might be a little bit closer. But either way, Alessandro takes it down with 6 high. Not a bad complaint if I do say so myself. Payout with a pair of aces here, which is quite a good starting hand if I do say so. Obviously going to be coming in for a raise here off his 15 big blind stack. Size of raise to 9k. That's a name I remember Mr. Mandrake from previous streams before. Good to see him on this table as well. Unfortunately, no action with the aces, but that will happen from time to time. Yeah, guys, as I said, it's never plain sailing with some stuff like this. As we said, we did the sound check beforehand, but clearly something happened in the meantime. But look, we'll get it sorted, guys. It's going to be a long stream, couple of hours of a stream, probably 5 to 6 hours. So we have plenty of time to get this sorted out. Until then, you're just going to have to put up with my voice. It is another Irish guy, so kind of the same thing as it might be with Dan. But as I said, until Dan gets sorted out, I'll do a bit of commentating myself. I mean, the way I see it is, it's lucky in one way that I am here, whereas Dan may not be. But either way, I'm happy enough to do it until Dan gets that sorted. Shouldn't be too much longer, guys, I hope anyways. We've got Mandrake here now waking up with the ace-king under the gun +2. Obviously going to be coming in for a raise.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Dan. Can you hear me, bro?
I can hear you loud and clear. I solved the mystery.
Awesome.
My brother decided to do a college project on my computer earlier and changed the output device. My apologies.
That's what I thought was. We got there.
We got there indeed. So,
nice.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the main event of the World Series of Poker circuit events. Not to be mistaken with the World Series of Poker Europe, which will be taking place in just a couple of weeks' time. And I am delighted and excited to have my good homie, really good friend of mine, Alan Finn, is here with us. Thanks a million for joining us, Alan.
So I never thought I'd get 2 introductions in the one stream, but here we are.
There you go, like. And,
baby Guinness for everyone.
It's good to have you. Good that you were here when that malfunction happened. I've had everything on point now for a couple of months, but I had to text my brother there. Did you touch my computer? You can imagine the conversation.
Indeed.
Lucky Luck is all in with the pocket 9s. Mandrake with the ace king. Rama with pocket 10s. So we've got 3-way action, Alan.
Quite an interesting one to start then, no? From the get-go, yeah?
Well, it's the most exciting hand I've got to commentate on tonight so far.
So far.
Well, it's great now we fixed it within a couple of hands, and I am very excited to be in the booth discussing
Likewise, mate.
lots of
Likewise.
hands. Been watching a lot of poker lately, but a three-way all in. The flop is ace, queen, jack. Mandrake slapping this one. Lucky Luck needing help with the pocket nines. Turn is the queen of spades.
Oof.
River is the ace of diamonds, 340k in that pot, eliminating two players and eliminating Lucky Luck, who is a stud. The King's Resort reg, if you're not familiar with him, Alan. And the Mandrake, very... Go ahead.
I was just going to say there's some of the names I do recognise. Mandrake will be one of them. From the other names I did saw already, that's the only one I do recognise from maybe one of the streams that I either did co-coms with you or maybe one that I did myself. But Mandrake is the only one at the moment that I recognise on this feature table.
Well, the main event is a 1650 buy-in, so it's a little bit different than the usual 250 or monkey 500 buy-ins that we are used to seeing. So I believe the last time you were in the booth with me was for the exact same tournament about 6 months ago. And I think we had Mandrake at the feature table also. So they all come out for the big events, of course.
Well, as you said already, Dan, that 1650 is a decent sized buy-in, so it's not like as you said, the 300 or 400 ones that they usually do the coverage of also. So 1650 is definitely a big step up in terms of buy-in, average buy-in at least, anyways.
Yeah, 100%, and 543 players still shelling out that kind of money for this prestigious event. And I commentated on the deep stack last weekend and the 250 main the weekend before that. So this leads us nicely into this event. And we have the two of us in the booth tonight, tomorrow, and then for the final table on Tuesday, which is set to be a juicy one. The winner going to take home €160,000.
It's not bad at all.
Apocalypse is in the house on the Twitch Action Army. Nice to have you with us, Apocalypse. I believe you were watching the rugby indeed. I think we were all watching the rugby in Ireland anyway.
Definitely.
The flop is king 8-9. Small blind 2k, big blind 4k with a 4k running big blind ante. That's 2-4-4. So Alan, I believe you've been a very, very busy little piggy with your Twitch channel.
Yeah, man, I'm really, really loving the experience. When I started probably 2 or 3 months ago, man, I've really, really fallen in love with it. And I never would have put the two of them together, trying to maybe move up in the next stakes, playing online. And then, you know, combining that with streaming as well. I never thought the two of them would coincide beside each other. But as I said, here we are 2 or 3 months down the line, man, thoroughly enjoying the process. Really building a nice community. And yeah, just like really good vibes all around, man, if I'm honest with you, from the experience so far. But yeah, looking forward to another 6 to 12 months at least, man, doing it. We'll see where it goes.
Delighted to hear that. It's great to have you with us to get your insights from a more deep stack background. Last weekend, obviously, the Monster stack had a lot of play in it. The weekend before that there, the 250 no limit hold'em main. Wouldn't say it was the turbo. The structure is obviously amazing at the King's Resort, especially when they're played over multiple days. But it is great to have your knowledge here with us, considering the average stack is about 50 big blinds at the moment. And we're playing 1 hour blinds, so we're in for a long ride.
No, for sure, man. For sure. The thing is in these games, man, and you're very much well aware of it too, Dan, that like, you know, 15, 20 big blinds, still loads to play in it in terms of MTT format. It's like, you know, probably the 20 to 25 big blind is nearly considered normal MTT poker for the most part anyways, which you've plenty of experience of as well, to be fair.
Well, yeah, obviously I commentate on Kings every weekend, but I have been watching a lot of online poker. It has to be said. I can't go without mentioning Giraffe Ganger winning 3 million on stream a few days ago, so that was fantastic. But the game has really gone to that it's evolved to that way where there's a lot of playability off sub 20 big blind stacks. There's so much you can do, and I see the cream rising to the top. Like Riyad Farhat from France springs to mind, considering he has 5 titles at this resort this year alone.
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
And picking up the action on the turn here with 44k in the pot. On the 4 diamonds, and Ali with top 2. Alessandro, not much going on for him. The initial opener off a very large stack of about 80 bigs to start the hand. Now it's time for Ali to get some value.
Probably a loose enough peel UTG there from 9-7, but win in Rome, eh?
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of play that's a little bit out there. 11k is the bet from Ali, and obviously Alessandro just going to let this one go. But yeah, I see you're very busy on the channel, so delighted that you had the time to come on board. Apocalypse saying he's very glad to have us both, being chat streamed for a long time, to double the Irish on the commentary.
Easier said than done, isn't it? It's hard it's hard to find 2 Irish lads that probably gel as well as myself and yourself do, man. In fairness, in my opinion, anyways.
Yeah, it's great to have us both here for sure. At the same time, spoilt this weekend we are for action, and I'm delighted to see how this event is going to unfold. But what I was saying was about Riyad Farhat, like he makes these tight pre-flop decisions and even post-flop, and he just knows how much of an edge he has on the field, so he doesn't have to take these marginal call-offs. I'm seeing a lot more of that. I spent my time there the last month just watching a lot of poker. Once I was finished doing the commentary, I was watching all of the World Championships and trying to get up to speed on ICM, what to do in certain situations.
It's Pandora's box, man, isn't it? When you kind of think about it in terms of the levels of levels of depth information with ICM and all that, man. The amount of things you need to take into account is just crazy. Nice little all in here from Fuad.
Tujani, I like the way that sounds. All in for 15.5 big blinds on the button. You'd see a lot of players using this in their min-raise folding range, but if you think there's some aggro players in the small, and I wouldn't even say aggro, like look how much chips the big blind has here, Mandrake. He knows he's just going to be put to the test time and time again, so he's taken the rejam move away from his opponents, and I think this is a good strategy. In, say, a 250 buy-in or even the 500, maybe you could make an argument for just deciding to use this in your min-raise folding range, but it is going to have enough equity. Mandrake calling, and it's a large enough call there. I think this is a bit gambly from Mandrake, even with the amount of chips he has.
It's funny
it is
that
a pair, but it's deuces.
Yeah, I was just going to say there. It's funny that you bring up the example of the French player you mentioned not taking these close spots, and I think this might be one of those spots that's probably unnecessarily putting chips in the middle for at best a flip most of the time. No, if not a small disadvantage in terms of equity. Well, yeah, it's kind of a good example that you were on about there, Dan, in my opinion.
10, yes, of course, and 10 Jack 6 8 4 coming out. This is a really good example of what I was just talking about. You want to take the move away from your opponents with the large stack, but he still calls it off anyway. So that's not music to the button's ears in the slightest, but he does get there.
I mean, obviously, getting called by twos there is going to be it's probably the dream spot, like versus any other hand, realistically. I mean, any underpair would be okay in terms of flipping against, but yeah, never too happy to get called at the same time with Queen 10.
Is it too much to ask for a fold?
I don't know, mate. To be honest with you, with pocket twos like that with that stack size, it's kind of like whatever. I mean, it's not going to put a big dent in his stack if he calls it off and loses, but at the same time, man, doubling up someone there to, you know, plus 20 big blinds, it's not something you should be thinking about doing either. But yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't call with twos there personally because the price I'm getting, but you know, Mandrake is a big ass stack, so he decided to gamble.
Yeah, it's understandable. I think I would much rather have a calling range of like 5s plus.
Mm,
But you have got a pair. It's hard to make a pair in No Limit Hold'em. And he
it's true.
decided he wanted to gamble with it.
And he did.
Freddy Krueger is in the chat, says good night and good luck.
Right, and good
Johnny
luck.
Dad 4-2 off is there as well. Good time to mention that we have got a massive sale prepared on the merchandise store. If you want to find out additional information about that, we've got some really great new collections and a lot of money, up to 50% off certain items. So head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. You can find out additional information about the resort itself and get yourself some Kings merchandise.
Nice.
I'm still waiting on my tracksuit, Alan, and my Sunday hoodie.
Nice. Merch.
Merch! Exclamation
Abs-
merch in the chat.
Merch.
Merch!
Absolutely.
Matthias, the original opener here from Under the Gun, is going to bet 7.5k. Second pair. And the betting lead, of course, against Alessandro in the big blind. Alessandro does have top pair, is going to commit the chip, so we'll see a turn. Sometimes you could even think this is a little bit of a light peel from the big blind, considering it's an under the gun open. Nice river for Alessandro. He didn't need it. Still had the best hand, but definitely has the best hand now.
I'm thinking of some tin value here potentially. Well, not tin value from the imposition or the other position shoes, but trying to think of the correct size in here. I think.
Well, it's like you wouldn't think a king queen type hand would just check back on the turn. Would probably go for additional value. So if he's targeting a hand like ace jack or king jack, like Matthias has, he does want to go for under half pot, and it's the exact sizing he uses.
Yeah, obviously when Matthias checks back the turn there, man, he just doesn't have that strong of a range, really. Like you said, he doesn't have like that much queen X. If he does, he can still have some queen X, but you know, probably not that strong queen X itself. Maybe like queen 9 he might have as an example, but even then, that's probably the bottom of it, I'd say, from UTG. Yeah, good fold. I like it.
Nice fold from Matthias, and he does have the queen of clubs blocking some draws he would want his opponent to have. That might continue to barrel, but once they check back, it's not unlikely that they would check back on the turn with a club draw, but when we have the queen of clubs, we significantly block a lot of those draws, and that is definitely important.
Are you contemplating calling with the king jack there, or you just think it's a pretty easy fold for that sizing scheme on the river yourself?
I think the 8 completes a lot of two pair hands. It also completes the straight.
Yep.
And once the turn goes check, check, if it's a very loosey-goosey player, I might pay him off, but I think that was a disciplined fold. I won't call it tight, it's standard enough.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I agree.
as dynamics unfold, it can get harder and harder to fold a half a made hand against an aggressive player who just decides to try buy it on the river. So it's very player dependent there. I think in that situation, having only played one orbit or so that we can see, they might have significant information and history playing with each other. At this resort, you see the same faces week in, week out. But on this occasion, I think for 19k, it just seemed very milky sizing. I think I would fold that hand and maybe call some others, because we don't really block much. I don't think we can't just every hand can't just be about what we block and unblock. But
well, I suppose even having that the king itself, mate. I think like obviously you're blocking some king 9 and king 10, which is going to be part of the bluffing range on the river as well. So I mean, having that king is quite bad from Matthias, I believe it was, with the king jack that hand. So yeah, obviously blocking bluffs there is not what you want in that regard too. So it probably makes him even more of a fold, I'd say, when you think about it that way.
Yeah, and it has to be said that it's an under the gun open, so it's going to get more credit and respect from the big blind. Well, it should, in theory. And once the turn goes check there, as the under the gun range, we feel like we have a lot of showdown value, so it's not a good situation to just start bluffing on the river.
Definitely not. No need. Definitely not.
No need. But you've been getting great numbers on your channel, Alan. Very exciting stuff to see. Even with the World Championships taking place, you're still getting numbers of 50, 60 and 70 viewers. So fair play to you. If people want to check that channel out.
I have to ask myself why at times as well.
Right.
But no, as I said, man, I'm just me being me, you know, not really anything else outside that. So clearly, either people love seeing pain, or they just like tuning in to me and maybe that I'm entertaining. Who knows? But maybe it's probably both, I'd say, at this point, because there is a lot of pain in my stream. There is a lot of pain in my stream, in a humorous way. But yeah, it's nice still to get to 40, 50 people, bro. It's nice to see it when I do a stream, for sure.
Well, tragedy is comedy, and comedy is tragedy. And people are tuning in.
That is true.
You wear your emotions on your sleeves, which is always a fan favorite because people can relate.
Defo.
You don't hold anything back, and I think that's an admirable quality. You say it exactly how you see it. And we've got full reaction to the flop here. Vincent betting 16k. And that's going to be that, Alan.
Nice bet from there, to be fair. I wouldn't be too overly excited to bet sixes there multi-way, but takes it down, so credit to him. Is there is there many names? Is there many names do you recognise here, Dan, outside of, we'll say, Mandrake, that I would have noticed from previous streams, or you maybe recognise more faces here than I do, I assume?
Mandrake for sure. We've got a wide variety of nationalities. We've got 2 from Italy, 1 from France, 1 from Slovakia. Sorry, 3 from France. French are taking over between Riyad Farhad, who I mentioned previously, and Dorian Melhairs, Clement Cure, and I think they have a few more in their crew.
Nice.
Word is out, Alan. They're all trying to learn the great game of no limit hold'em tournaments.
Imagine.
And you've got Ali from Belarus. Bird is in the house. Hello, Bird. Nice to have you with us this weekend, buddy. So to answer your question, no, not really. But there's always someone that just appears out of the shadows. What really strikes me time and time again every weekend is just I see a well-known household name just appear with last 3 tables, and it's no matter what event it is, and I'm like, these guys have the discipline to play the 250s. Maybe they don't play them the exact same way they play a 10k. Okay, fair enough. But I'm seeing their names just, I'm like honestly shocked sometimes when I'm on break and I'm like coming back, no way these 2 are at the table. They're relentless is the right word, I think.
Yeah. Playing for glory, man. They don't care about the buy-in. They just want the competition. They want the title. You know, I don't blame them, man, because I imagine when you get to that stage in your career where you kind of have all the dollar, you have all the coin, you know, glory is all you kind of want, competition and the titles at that stage. Got an all in here by the looks of it, or an all in to call.
All in to call from the ace 10, and it's a lot of equity here for Vincent. And
Just let it go.
Svet doesn't have a great hand to call with. Doesn't like that 10 in his hand. Blocking
quite
all the draws.
Quite Quite the interesting name. I was just going to say that as well before this hand happened. That like usually if I see a username like this that's on a Twitch broadcast, I'm thinking he's some form of a decent player at least. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what way the names get done. Is it obviously by choice what way they want to be represented on stream? But if I see Vet whatever 717, I'm like, okay, this guy is probably a shark. If I had to guess.
Indeed, yeah. A lot of Lackey Luck, who just bust, I believe that's his name online as well, Lackey Luck 17, and he's known as a sicko. I'm pretty sure that's more of the Cash Streets and PLO, so maybe you know more about that than I do.
The name does sound familiar. I definitely did not play against him, but when I seen Lackey Luke there, I was like, that sounds familiar. Maybe a Dutch player or in that kind of group of players, I think. But I could be wrong with that assessment. But either way, that does sound familiar, a little bit, anyways, at least. But yeah, me and PLO, Dan, as you're probably aware, it's not my forte at all. It's a league of its own, that thing.
Well, we had a festival of pot limit Omaha a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I remember.
That separated the men from the boys, that's for sure. We crowned two 10k PLO high roller champions and then a 2k main event champion, and in between that, sandwich between them all, was the 250. We still had time for the 250 no limit hold'em on the Sunday. That now eventually was turning out to be somewhat of a short enough stacked event at 4 or 5 in the morning, as you can imagine. But I would imagine now we are looking at another star-studded field. Players will be arriving from all corners of the globe in preparation for the World Series of Poker Europe that's about to take place in a couple of weeks' time. That's when I'll take my annual leave and leave it to the professionals.
Yeah. Not two Irish boys taking over a comms here for whatever reason. Leave that to the professionals.
I think that we've got 15 million guaranteed with 15 bracelets up for grabs over 15 events. Sick. I think that's right, yeah. 15. And I don't know how many times I have said this year about how many tickets are available when we get to the final table. It's a tongue twister. The World Series of Poker Europe main event worth 10k, and I mention it time and time again. I don't know how many tickets have been awarded this year, but it is a lot. A lot.
Unbelievable, man.
And it's
unbelievable.
Going to be a really juicy event.
Because it is usually the top 5, I believe, isn't it? That usually would get a ticket for the 10k event. No, it's usually the top 5 or the top 6 in some situations or some tournaments.
It usually goes 3 or 4 or 6, and then once or twice I've called 12 10k tickets.
Unbelievable,
and
man.
It just
ridiculous
depends.
Value.
Sometimes it can be the craziest bubbles that go on forever. I've seen people fold kings pre-flop on more than one occasion, but when there's around 12 tickets up for grabs and you're down to 18, the bubble tends to go relatively quickly. And looking at the payouts for this one, it's the exact same for this. 1st to 12th will all receive a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. I don't want to say there's one for everyone in the audience. You got to get down the 2 tables of 6 remaining. But what an offer! What an extra incentive to get such a deep run in this tournament.
Oh, it's funny. It's funny you mentioned that as well, because I think when I did the German Poker Day, when I think maybe you were in the Irish Open that weekend or something like that, or it was one of them weekends, and like that, there was 4 or 5 tickets up top, and I remember that bubble, man, because obviously the German Poker Day is a one-day event, and obviously it was probably 4, 5, maybe 6 o'clock in the morning at that stage for the bubble. You know, I might have been looking at the clock every 5 minutes saying, when is this going to burst? It eventually did, but yeah, I understand the time frame it takes for that to happen. But I can understand also why players might not want to be that the bubble boy for that, or bubble woman for that ticket itself.
Yeah, it's a very particular situation. I've ran a few sims, and like my ICM knowledge isn't fantastic, but I think it's very hard to plug it into a calculator with the prize pool and then put the 10k ticket on top of it. I think some players over adjust, that they've to realize that if they win the event, they're probably going to play
Exactly.
the 10k anyway. So
True.
we've got hi, my name is Slim Donkey in the chat, and Cocaine 97 is back. Haven't seen you in a month or two, buddy. I hope you're well. We pick up the action here on the river with 37k in the pot, and Ali with the best hand. Although it's not the greatest of boards for Ace King. That queen completing straights. A 10 beats him. Tujani with the straight blocker with the jack. And missing every out in the deck, really. With the jack 7 of hearts.
Too many outs, yeah. Too many outs.
Too many outs.
See, this is one of the things that I'd be probably guilty as sin about with these sort of Jack 7 hands and MTTs. Like, they have no problem just giving this up in the river because they're just like thinking, well, probably not going to get that many folds or whatever. I'm just like, I don't really care, and I would just end up bluffing. And, you know, this is probably why I'm more equipped to play cash games more aggressively and more efficiently without, you know, just having this element of not being able to rebuy is the big thing that I probably struggle with the most in terms of aggression. But anyways, yeah, still was interesting to see just to give up on the river there with the Jack 7.
Yeah, it's a paired board and it's an early position open he's facing. Vincent's stack would be more tuned into what you're used to there with 105 big blinds. And Svet
That's true.
and Claudio the lowest at the table, which is still not that low at all. Both players just under 20 bigs, which is sometimes can be an average stack.
This is true.
So loads of playability when you're sitting pretty with over 100 bigs. I also done some. I was tuning in with Lex and BBZ. They were coaching. BBZ was coaching Lex, and they were just talking about, just because you have over 100 big blinds doesn't mean you have to start raising way wider than you normally would, because it's just a disadvantage if you get yourself in these sticky situations when, yes, okay, you're the table captain and you have a massive stack. It doesn't mean that you can just start abusing your power.
Oh, no, for sure. I agree with that strongly. Time and the place, no, really is really where that stands through. I think time and the place to be aggressive, you know, stack or not, I think is a fairly valid statement.
Yeah, that's why I think it's very important at Kings to know your table inside out and back to front, because, as I mentioned already, there's certain players who will just, I've seen them make very tight folds. I was like, geez, I don't know if I would see someone do that online. But you're not online. You don't know. You can't just load up another run. Now, granted, there's still 133 players remaining and only 55 will get paid, but this is one of the bigger events of the era Kings. So a minimum payout of over $4,000. Nothing to be sniffed at. A flush draw here for Tujani. Piece of it for the button here with the 8-6 of clubs. Check from the small, check from Alessandro, not connecting with this flop. The button with the option to check or bet, 32k already out there. I think we want to deny our opponents some equity.
Is that correct? Did he miss? Did he fold enough flush draw? Or did I misread that?
Yeah, it looks like he just put it in the bin.
I don't know about that, mate.
I was more worried about how much the 8-6 of clubs was about to bet. Yeah, because we've got about 40% equity there with our ace deuce of diamonds minimum.
I'm not sure. Did he mean to
Yeah,
fold it, or he just misread his hand, or did the graphics get that wrong? I think he got that wrong himself personally, more so than the graphics. But yeah, a bit of a questionable fold, I'd
something
say, to be fair enough.
something's not right there, because especially against the button only playing about 10 big blinds behind, a golden opportunity to get your money in the middle there.
Therefore,
Matty is opening from early position here with the ace jack of clubs. Ace jack offsuit, sorry, jack of clubs. Mandrake in the big blind with 10-9 offsuit. 4k to see a flop. When he's this much chips, Alan, I think this is a mandatory call from the Mandrake.
therefore.
Mandrake flopping best here, but Matthias, a good hand to continue it. Small bet and a call. Neither player with a spade. Do you just give up here if you're Matthias, Alan? Does decide to just check it back. River is the three of clubs. Mandrake betting 11k. And Matthias gonna let it go. And wherever you're tuning in from this evening, welcome. If it's on YouTube, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. We want to get to 20,000 subscribers by the end of the year. We're on all the usual social media platforms. My name is Slim Donkey, says he's a huge whale. Why don't you tell us something that we don't know? Average stack, well over 50 big blinds now. 53 bigs and counting. So you're looking at a very deep stack event with 1 hour blinds. Mandrake just going to complete in the small blind with ace jack off suit, and Alessandro going to check his option with a pair of fours and flops a set on 9-7-4. Alessandro betting 7k. Mandrake might want to see a turn here. He's got backdoor straight draw working for him. he could easily have the best hand here and will have the majority of the time with just ace high. Does call. Turn is the 5 of hearts. Mandrake checks, and now that gives a flush draw and straight draws, additional straight draws out there. So Alessandro might want to size up on this turn card. Does bet 17,000. Mandrake just going to have to let his ace high go now. Mandrake fights for every pot. He really is a very sticky player. Likes to see a lot of turns and rivers. Does eventually let this go. Cocaine 97 says he's a huge shark, and Kamikaze Boogie says he's a huge orca. Gotta love the chat, brilliant. They're starting things off early on Sunday night, and we've got tomorrow and Tuesday to go. I love it. Let's assemble the troops on the Action Army. Kamikaze Boogie says, Action Dan, amazing commentary as always. Well, it's easy now, you know. I've my co-commentator with me, Alan Finn.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Still here, mate. I'm still here. How we doing?
We're doing great. We're doing great for a Sunday evening. And I'm after having some form of a flashback there. Mandrake had a huge win at this resort this year. I just can't put my finger on the exact month it happened. Kamikaze Bogey says, cheers, Alan. Alan
welcome,
Finn
sir.
into hizzy. Hopeful shizzy.
In the house, yo.
Will they play? Sorry, go ahead, Alan.
No, I was going to say in the house. I was only joking.
In the hoose.
In the hoose.
We definitely need some new catchphrases on here. I've been burning some of them to death. There's only so many times you can say, and he's all in. You gotta keep their eggs guessing, Alan. Gotta mix it up.
For sure,
MJ
mate.
says, what do you think will they play to the money tonight? 55 in the money, and we have this level and 4 more levels, is my understanding. So they might reach the money, but this is a very deep stacked event, and the caliber of players is going to be higher than what you're usually watching on the stream. So it mightn't be all the way to 55, but I've been wrong too many times to get your predictions out in the chat as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, so Mandrake, a very dangerous, strong opponent. He's very deliberate also. He'll take his time with his decisions and good with intuition. He picks up on things. He's good at sussing the situation out.
It's a good skill as a player, man, to be fair, no? In my opinion.
Yeah, sometimes people give out in the chat, Alan, the players are taking too long. Not going to name names, but it's like time and time again, I explain why. And then a few times more, yeah, like I'm just genuinely impressed at how I just think they're tanking for whatever reason. They want to fold, they want the pay jump, and next minute they make an all-in move, and it's like, okay, that's why they were waiting that long.
Two ace kings here.
And the boys are chatting to each other. People asking in the chat what you would do with 160k. I'd buy half a house because that's all you'd get in Ireland these days for 160 grand.
Disgusting. Disgusting.
Be waiting to build a conservatory or
Yeah.
even a sitting room.
Just one part of the house.
A full car and a half a house.
Get you off to a good start.
You wouldn't have much change left.
No, sir.
So it is all in and call, and both players will be happy in one way to see that they're not flipping, but in another way they're like, I could have easily been dominating, but it is under the gun against the big blind.
That's true.
Okay,
that's what I was laughing at too.
Half a wife too.
That's exactly what I was laughing at before you read it out. I'd be a little bit concerned.
All decide.
Yeah,
all decide now.
Exactly. I just took the words out of my mouth, mate. I swear to God.
You can't just swap everything. Oh, I'll have this for a week, and now the bottom half the following week. You got to pick. You got to stick with your decision.
Yeah. Be interesting to see what people would pick. You know, I don't ask me because I don't know. I'd have to spend about 5 minutes thinking about.
I think we'll stick with the poker.
True.
We wouldn't want to get cancelled. Not on Sunday, the 8th of October.
God forbid, huh?
Yeah. I like these shades from Ali. I don't think I'd wear them myself now, but looks like he's ready to go swimming with all the sharks anyway.
True.
It's a shark in the water.
Mandrake, man, opening this 10-6 is a bit fucking just aggressive, no? Pushing it around like.
Well, it is suited and it's connected more than say 10-3, 10-4, 10-5, so it don't hate as much as. It's just because he has so much big blinds as well. Having said that, he is raising into the big blind, which is the only player at the table that has him covered as far as I can tell. This is a bit suspect.
I was going to say, I don't mind calling with some of these hands, but like I think this is a bit of a stretch too far, in fairness, for the 10-6 suited. I don't even know what I'd call if I was opening 10x here, 10x suited, maybe like 9-10, maybe 8-10, I'd stretch it that bit further, but that's about it.
There's a lot of ego at play. Vincent, not exactly having a trapping hand, but does decide to check. And in a way, no, I don't like it anymore. I don't like check raising a hand as strong as Ace King here.
I agree.
If we're going to check, then yeah, we just play it deceptively and call and see a turn. Ace King, not a trapping hand. We've 3-bet pre. It's a board that we are supposed to continue on almost, I wouldn't say all of the time, but the majority of the time for sure. He's got the bet out with Mandrake, and now I just don't really see the reason to raise here.
He just gets everything worse to fold, man, doesn't it? Gets only better hands to continue, like straws and just hands that are going to improve, that are going to beat the Ace King, and you know, it's just, I don't see the point of either, man. At least just let him stay bluffing is what I would recommend if I do decide to check here. I don't mind the check for what it's worth. Depends what kind of 3-bet strategy he's doing from the big blind. Again, like that, man, if I'm being honest with you, I'm not exactly too sure on what the big blind 3-bet range looks like with this kind of, whatever, 80, whatever, well, 70, 75 effective poker. Big blinds, that is. But either way, bro, I definitely like, if I do check here, always check calling. I don't see the benefit of check raising because, as I said, you're only going to get better hands to continue and get all the worst hands to fold here, basically.
Yeah, we want someone like Mandrake to continue bluffing on later streets.
Yeah. Give him some
But you
rope,
see,
no?
Mandrake almost wanting to continue there.
He's annoyed, like, imagine.
Yeah, he was saving face, but I think if we are talking about the check raise with the ace king there, to defend pre-flop, even though we are in position, is a little bit light with just 10-6
Yeah.
suited. You got your information, you opened, you want to have hands that your min raise folding, that's fine. But once you're 3-bet to that size, unless he made it tiny, I think we just want to put our hand in the muck.
Jesus, Dan, I'll tell you, if he's making it any bigger than 2.5x, I'm never calling. So if it's 2.1, 2.3, if he made that mistake in pre-flop sizing or 3-bet sizing mistake, then fair enough. But I don't think that was the case. And even still, man, it's like 10-6 is like, the open was debatable, fair enough, you have a stack, but they're calling the 3-bet. There's just so many hands are going to call there that are far, far superior than 10-6 suited there, let's be real, no?
Yeah, we have so many other hands that play better post flop than 10-6 suited. It just shows how wide he's willing to open. I don't hate his open pre-flop.
Nor do I. Nor do I. Nor do I.
It has to be the lowest of the 10x suited where you're opening. I mean, we're not like, giving out to him if he's open in 10-8, 10-9, and even 10-7 suited, but the 10-6 a little bit of a stretch.
But again, like that, man, I totally agree with you. You know, opening it, I don't mind it at all, given the stack size and whatever else. But yeah, just call him the 3-bet, bro. If you're opening that wide, man, you just can't continue everything you open. It's just like impossible because you're just going to be burning money, literally. So it just makes sense to if you open that wide, don't defend that wide. It's that simple because you will take down the pot a good amount pre-flop, even when you have that stack size itself. So I don't mind the open, like you said as well.
Yeah, and you know, if the big blind is 3-betting hands like King 10 offsuit, Queen 10 offsuit. Now I know it's easy to just see a flop for one more big blind, but we do want to put them in our 3-bet folding range from the big blind occasionally. Where if the flop comes 10 high, we don't know where we're at with just a 6 kicker.
This is true. This is true.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, Vincent is going to raise to 20k on the 984. And Matthias is going to continue. Aggressive move from Vincent. Does turn top pair. And looks like that could be a jam, Alan, from Vincent. Stack to pot ratio about 1-to-1. Decides to just put it all in here on the turn.
Close, man, no?
Well, I think it's become a very flushy, straighty turn card there, so he just wants to get his opponent to call off with a big draw or fold. I think we could size up or size down and then jam river, but we run the risk of the river just going check.
But it's nice if you pick that size of the tournament to get value from these sort of ace or this 9x, 8x, maybe even some worse 10x here, which he's going to have, like, especially from the small blind potentially. You know, you can have like Jack 10 here, you can have Queen 10. Maybe even have King 10 himself, Ace 10 that he might check call as well. But yeah, obviously just folding there, I think, is the play.
I think we can comfortably remove Queen Jack, because that is a hand that would check raise from the small blind there, but I don't think it would just straight up rip on the turn when we've got the nuts straight.
That's the thing.
It's very hard for his opponent to have a hand that can call it unless it contains diamonds.
I think he just wanted to get a fold there, man, take down the pot and just get on to the next hand, because like you said, man, there is a couple of bad rivers there, because that turn would have been check if he obviously you know, didn't improve on the turn there, or if he decided to play it passively on the turn, it would have went check back from the imposition player with the ace 8. So as you said, there might be a few bad turn cards, but either way, I don't like the jam there. I just don't think you're only going to get called by better, and it's the same situation with the check raise with the ace king. It's kind of the same situation. You're only going to get called by better most of the time, or you're just going to get called by a hand that has decent equity against your hand most of the time, or you're just behind basically.
Yeah, I think that's all very valid points. The small blind could be semi-bluffing there with a Jack X type holding with an open ender, but unlikely he just jams. If I will say this, if he is going to jam on the turn, he has to have some bluffs as well as value hands. So he doesn't probably want to use a very small sizing, because on the river then it sets up about a third of a pot jam. I think that's in or around that sizing. It's even hard to call with a 9 there. I mean, an 8 is kind of the same as having a 9.
It is pretty much, yeah, I agree. That's what I'm saying, man. It's just like, right, most of the time you're just going to get called with a hand that has very good equity against yours, either ahead or you know, maybe flipping in terms of like pair plus draw, as an example. And then just the rest of the time you're just going to get called by better, you know, or just fold out anything that's worse most of the time.
Yeah. I mean, I think the pot was probably big enough that he just wanted to take it down on the turn.
That's
and then if
the
we bet a
impression.
if we bet a very small sizing on the turn, then if a bad river comes, like, what do we do? Do we check? Do we go ahead with the plan?
It just depends on the river, I suppose, isn't it? Just depends on the river. If it's a bad river, then just obviously check fold. If it's like, you know, not the worst river that you still think you can value jam, then fair enough. It's just going to be so text or so river card dependent in what he does. If he wants to pick that small size, I mean.
Yeah, that makes me kind of prefer the jam, even though it seemed like just a little bit of an overkill. But it is what we would do with a draw heavy hand, like, so.
True.
It looks more bluffy to jam than make a small sizing with the top pair, in my opinion. We've got action here. Mandrake opening to 10k. Blinds have just gone up as well.
Do you think Mandrake is going to fall to a 3-bet here? Or he just calls it the Kings?
Wow. Well, you see, he's only got 12 big blinds behind, so I don't hate it, but
well,
he's getting Vincent to do the work for him here.
Interesting to see what Mandrake does here.
In my opinion, this looks very strong from Vincent, considering he is committing himself to Claudio's stack. So, for my money there, I think I just want to put 7s in the muck.
Yeah. Now, if this was heads up against this, you know, 100 big blind stack or whatever, the 55 effective, I might call this here. I don't know, man. Calling 7s out of position here is just, it's not looking great. I mean, that's not even including the Kings being in the situation, is what I'm describing. With the Kings in this hand, it's just a pure fold, man. Because what Vincent is squeezing here, like, what do you think he's not going to be squeezing light here when your man just Claudio just calls with Kings off 12 big blinds? You know, it's never going to be a weak range there, and whatever Vincent decides to squeeze again is not going to be a weak range. So 7s just has to go in the middle here, or like in a muck term is what I mean. There you go.
Yeah, you see, we're not just calling to flop a set with Vincent in the pot there. This is going to happen so often. Claudio decides to go all in with, and it could be anything. If he's the type of player that will flat and then just get it in anyway, we see it time and time again with a weak type holding. But now we can clearly see it's the top of Claudio's range.
Yeah. Oh, always a sweat, man. Always a sweat.
Post flop coin flip 9, 5, 4, 2 clubs. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. River is the 8. Oh no. Oh, had he shoved, I don't like doing Captain Hindsight here
Yeah,
on the
yeah, yeah.
channel, but had he shoved, could have avoided that one. It's just there's other spots to flat with kings there, but with you're sandwiched in between two big stacks who are liable to call you light. I don't think there's any reason to be trapping in that exact scenario.
And what do you think is the ideal scenario? Because for me, thinking about that situation, I'm assuming kings is a better flat there if there's more players behind to act, or what do you think would be an ideal situation? So what I'm thinking is if under the gun open, say we're, I don't know, the hijack, maybe calling there with 3 or 4 more players behind to act, that it's better to do that in case there's a squeeze. I'm curious, what do you think in terms of what's your ideal situation to flat with kings like that off 12 or 13 big blinds?
If there is an aggressive player, it's a great question. If there's an aggressive player behind us in the blinds or the button, so we're in the hijack. So we've got the cutoff, the button, the small, and the big who can all make a play. I don't know their exact stack size, but I presume flatting there, we're giving the opportunity for 4 players behind us to rejam, squeeze, or whatever the case may be. And it's Mandrake, who is very aggressive, who has opened into us. I think I would prefer to flat on the button, but if we think that any player behind us is going to make a move there and can do it light enough, then I think Kings falls into the category of being a fine flat there. It's just because he got rivered by an ace
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the river
yeah.
that we think it's an issue. Like, but with these big
But
stacks, yeah, I want to be rejamming a lot of hands because I think they're going to call light. Where if we go post flop, yes, they're going to put pressure on us. But so he was piggy in the middle there. He was in between two of the biggest stacks at the table. So
yeah.
another way you could play is if you wanted to make a small little 3-bet. But I do think that was a very deceptive and interesting flat in between two big stacks. But have we rejam pre? We've seen that opponents will gamble when they've got 70, 80, 90 bigs. We've seen it with deuces when there was a jam for 15 bigs, one of the first hands there with queen 10 off suit. So he's shown that he's willing to gamble, willing to call with the small pairs. And if we can get the money in pre and not have to go post flop multi-way, then I think that's our play.
I like that. I mean, it's interesting to hear that perspective as well, man, because I assume Mandrake would have called with the sevens there if he had 3-bet all in. The question is, does Ace Jack call? Probably not, because Mandrake still has to act behind, so maybe that would have got out of the way. So again, like that, man, like you said, I don't want to be the Captain Hindsight guy, but still, it's still interested to hear maybe what you think is the optimal play versus what I assumed would be in terms of flattened kings like that. I don't think that would happen too often, but I like the idea behind it because, like you said, in that exact situation, maybe that's the better play, to be fair. Maybe that's the better play.
Wow, look at this. Yeah, no, I'm with you. It's like you can do either or. If there's some 3-bet happy players behind us and they're going to be forced to get the money in with us, then we can just flat all day. Flat seems to be the superior play more so than rejamming, but again, in a later position with less players to act behind us, I prefer just rejamming. If we're on the button, we could just call because we are going to have some extra hands we want to see. The flop with in position off this stack depth. Svet
Makes
betting
sense.
here on the Jack 9-7 with the deuces, which is maybe just a tad bit too aggressive. Mandrake raising with King 5 off suit, perhaps picking up something. Not a move I would have expected to see. This is why we're watching a higher caliber of tournament, and all the players in it are obviously going to be more skilled than what you're used to seeing on the channel for the most part.
Still seeing some questionable plays, though.
100%.
But I
We're
like that,
very
man. I like that.
technical, yeah. It gives
I
us
like
so
it.
much to talk about. Like, look how long we were talking about that last hand.
True. Very, very much so.
KM is in the house, says, evening everyone. He value owned himself. Hope you're keeping well, KM. He's our eyes and ears for what's happening at Kings. And Johnny
Eyes and
Dad
ears.
didn't like eyes and ears. Hear no evil, see no evil.
Yeah.
Johnny Dad says, how does he call with king there? That's suicide. Well, you see, it's not. If you can get your money in pre, it doesn't matter. Like, you know, if you're rejamming and getting called pre, or you're just calling and then someone squeezes and you get in pre, it's the same result for you. It's actually better than the same result because you're going to get weaker hands. But if they're super aware that there's a 14 big blind stack just calling the open, they have to take careful consideration into what that range contains.
Definitely.
And Tujani here with 88k in the cutoff with ace king, and Matthias is going to be forced to call this one off with tens. One would think. Now you can see this isn't just a snap call with the tens. I don't think once we raise from under the gun that we can fold off this stack depth, especially when the blinds have just gone up.
I was going to ask there, do you think it's an easier call when he 3-bet jams or if he just 3-bet at normal, if that was to happen?
Personally, I think it's an easier call when he just straight up jams because it's a more condensed range. The 3-betting range does contain some bluffs, but if it doesn't contain a bluff, then you are crushed even if you have ace king for the most part.
Oh.
And it is ace king jack here. Matthias needing a queen for a straight. Turn is the 4 of hearts. Tujani set to win a nice pot here of 188,000. Here is the jack of hearts. Neither player with a heart in their hand. You will see players, Alan, fold with the tens there because the shove is coming and they know that they're the one raising from under the gun. But positions have to be taken into consideration to a certain extent, but not. It's not all the be all and end all when we have a hand like tens. But some players would be like, well, I'm flipping at best, I'll let this one go. But in an event like this, you need to take every advantage that you can find.
Well, that's the thing, man. I imagine it's a pretty clear EV call in terms of like what Equilibrium wants to do in that exact situation off that stack size. But I get what you're saying, man. Like, you know, given this, you can't rebuy or you can't like sit back in or anything like that, man. Obviously, these decisions have to be taken into consideration between call and fold. But like that, man, I think that tends is a pretty standard call. Obviously, just unfortunate to lose, but that's going to happen, obviously.
Yeah, it is worth mentioning. Like, you're rarely going to be you are going to be flipping at best. I mean,
yeah.
When you raise under the gun there, it's 16 bigs, I think, total, closer to 17. Tens, yeah, you want to call, but is your opponent really rejamming 7s, 8s, 9s? Probably not. I'm not sure if we're playing a full table. At a full table, you could let it go 6 or 7 handed. I think we want to be rejamming those pairs. It just depends on the VPIP of the under the gun player, of course. We're getting called the 2 Johnnies in the chat here, Alan. I don't know whether that's a compliment or an insult.
The fact that he even knows who the 2 Johnnies is hilarious enough in itself.
Yeah. Methinks it could be an Irish player or an Irish fan. I'm sure we could find out. Turn is the deuce of diamonds, seals the deal for Matthias. He only had fumes to begin with. Vincent knocks out another player. They all count with 120 players remaining now. 55 will get paid. And the pay jumps in this event are substantial, with 12 tickets worth 10k a pop up for grabs. €160,000 for the winner of the WSOP Circuit main event, and the minimum cash is going to be €4,050.
Decent payday, bro. Decent payday.
Yeah, a lot of these players will just be warming up for the massive series that's coming up that I already was mentioning, and you really cut your losses when you're getting payouts of even 4 or 5 grand when you're buying into a 1650. It helps with your accommodation, your travel expenses, trying to win the jackpot on the slot machines, the roulette, the blackjack,
Anything.
anything and everything. And Svet in the big blind here, Alan, I haven't mentioned because he just took down his hood, but I believe I do know this guy's real name, and he's a killer. So
I think I recognize his face as well, man, now that he did take the hood down as well. Now, the name I didn't recognize, but the face I do. So I definitely recognize him from previous streams also. Probably a King's regular too. If you're probably going to mention that now, but a nice turn here from Mandrake.
a nice turn here for Mandrake, indeed.
Boris. KM said Boris in the chat there, so that's probably that's who it is. Nice.
I don't think he wants to be revealed, KM, but
Too late.
correct and right. I do like his jumper though. That's a nice Sunday hoodie.
Indeed.
Mandrake betting 6k and Svet. McCall.
Nice small bet from Mandrake there on the turn, no? It's like 25%, I think, something like that.
It looks very blockerish type sizing. Which it's not that I have a problem with it. It's just, is the name of the game not to try extract maximum amount of value when we have a big hand, and that's a very straighty, flushy card. So I don't think in that exact instance we want to be betting small.
I imagine he's just doing that against that stack size in particular to put pressure on some 10x if he's bluffing. The only thing on these boards, man, I probably wouldn't go bigger than half pot on the turn if I am betting, and the reason for that is, you know, Spet can still have ace x here, but we still get value from 10x and jack x if he has that, like king queen, or not king queen, but like king jack, queen jack, king 10, etc. Whether he's doing that for that reason, I don't know, but it just puts these kind of 10x and jack x in a bit of a shitter spot, I think, when he goes for a small sizing like that on the turn, where you can still have some weaker ace x in your range too, but for doing that to extract value from them worse hands also. At least that's what I'm thinking here.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I just was thinking that we would be sizing up to make a river jam, but maybe that's just a bit too overkill, considering it's a paired board, so he's just trying to get as much value as he thinks he can. But someone like Svet is well capable of making hero calls. He's won his fair share of money at this resort, Alan.
It's hard to find enough bluffs here at the same time, man, to ever call this 10 here as well. That's the other downside. So, like, even if you do make it this small where Svet is getting like 3 to 4 to 1, whatever on a call, is he ever going to be good in this line? Probably not, let's be real, you know, because to find bluffs on ace x boards on the flop, where you bet the flop, bet the turn, bet the river, whatever the case may be, 9 times out of 10, in my opinion, you're not going to come across any really worse hands than 10x there usually. And like that, Dan, it's like you said, if he is bluffing, I think he's going to pick a bigger size to bluff. If I'm in game and I see what Vet's seeing there, I'm just seeing this is a very, very strong hand most of the time, usually. That's what I think anyways.
Yeah, that's fair enough, but what I was trying to say was if he is bluffing, would he not use a larger sizing? It looks very like
thing,
he's trying to extract thin value. As KM says, it's a nice $2.5 grand Dior Sunday hoodie.
Is that what it is? Is it? Fuck.
Well, we don't. If you win this event, you could have 60 Dior Sunday hoodies. That's a lot of hoodies.
I think I might find spending what X amount of that money on something else, Dan. What do you reckon? Not on Dior hoodies, as nice as they may or may not be.
Like you get 60 hoodies or half a house, Alan.
60 hoodies it is.
50 hoodies and a car, and then you can just sleep in the car with all the hoodies. They'd be everywhere.
Keep yourself warm, like.
Slim Doggy says it's the DJN hoodie. Well, it's one of the nicest DJN hoodies I've seen in a while. The spec
True.
out of rejam here with limited amount of fold equity, but I say limited. I've seen raise folds happening to 7 and 9 big blind stacks there online recently, so nothing surprises me.
That's a good point by MJ in the chat. Actually, if you think you're wearing if you think you're wearing Dior, you need a 300 car as well. Probably part and parcel, to be fair.
Well, guys, you better get working. That's a lot of moolah needed for these products. 10, 10, 9 is the flop.
Oof.
Turn doesn't quite seal the deal, but it is a very nice turn card for Mandrake. And River is an ace, but it's no help to Boris Rozanovsky, has been eliminated. Sad to see him go. He is a very compelling player to commentate on. Never know what he's going to do next. And I'm sure we'll be seeing him on the felt very soon. Feature table felt. You're going to see the same names and faces the next 6 weeks or so. Maybe not for the Millionaire Wolf is next weekend, Alan. I'm always looking ahead, and then we have the Dutch Classics, and then it's the annual leave. The almost a month of World Series of Poker Europe events. So the boys are in town. Elke is probably going to even be in the house, beaming down from his mothership. All the action you could want under one roof. As KM says, you could buy 1,185 King hoodies. Are they the ones that are half price now, KM? Or because if not, then that's over 2,000 hoodies.
Yep. I think that's a fairly reasonable question to ask, Dan.
Another stud is in the house here, Alan. It's Luka Bohovic.
What's his track record like, or do you know?
Yeah, he's loads of results on his Hendon mob. I'm going to plug his name in here.
Nice.
He is a champion at this resort this year. I get tired of saying that, but you keep seeing the same names and faces that win like 2, 3, and 4 titles. It just tends to happen.
It's crushers.
Vincent betting 20k from the cutoff, and we failed to mention that this is a very light open from the cutoff.
I was just going to say it as well.
So Luka Bohovic has a total live earnings of 220,000 on his Hendon mob, and his best live cash is 63k. But I don't think that tells the full tale. I don't know for sure, but I reckon he is well accustomed to playing big cash games also, because his sizings would indicate that to me, that I've seen in the past, and you'll be able to further confirm that for me, Alan. That's why you're in the executive committee, sir. I do believe he had a stint with Poker Detox for a while.
Oh, really? Okay. Well,
it's hard to not get them, not get them mixed up. He plays very well. We could just we'll just say that.
Noted.
Noted. You don't know what face you could see in this tournament.
Good or bad?
Yeah, I'm not sure how many big names are coming in for the World Series of Poker Europe, but I'm not sure how many Yanks will be traveling over. But you get people coming from all corners of the globe for what is one of the biggest festivals. It is the biggest poker festival in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
And it's only fitting that it happens in the biggest poker room in Europe. Fisher raising to
I'd
11k
imagine.
with the ace-5 of hearts. Now,
I'd imagine it's only
here's a
gotten
good
bigger, Dan,
example.
every year, no?
Yes, and they're celebrating 20 years of Kings. I mean, 20 years ago, I was 13, so I wasn't there to see the place be built or opened, but I wasn't
No.
quite playing online at that age either. But yeah, it's just grown and grown. Poker is alive and well. I think it's possibly bigger than it's ever been post-pandemic. It's amazing to see. Also seeing a lot more females appearing at the feature table at Kings as well, which is great.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, the game's just building significantly all around Europe and indeed the world.
It's always so funny, man. I'm sure you've heard this numerous times as well, that like, let's say go back like 5, 6, maybe 7 years ago, that everyone was saying this game is going to die, there's going to be no online, there's going to be no more live, it's going to be solved, all that jazz. And man, it just seems to be like just not being the case at all. At all. Especially for live. I have to say around Ireland it's obviously gone crazy in terms of events, which wasn't there 4 or 5 years ago, at least from my own experience. But yeah, it's definitely picking up, man. Especially for the live events from my own experience, from what I saw around Europe as well. Which is amazing, obviously.
Well, it's a big thanks to our previous commentator that I just took over for one evening, Fintan Gavin, and he's grown the Irish Poker Tour and Championship exponentially inside of 2 years, and obviously the pandemic helping that one. Well, helping growing the game all over the world, because once the lockdown was lifted, people wanting to play as much live poker as they could.
Hungry for it.
Hungry for the power. Luca with a really nice flop here with King Queen of Hearts on the ace 10-5. Not a board that's good for the little duckies. And
Takes
Luca
it down.
bets 7.5k and takes it down.
Apocalypse with a fairly accurate statement in the chat there. Poker can't be solved. Only way poker dies if someone starts playing exactly how the computer tells them to do, which will be impossible to mimic. You can come close to it, but you will not do it exactly as a computer would. You can come close, but not exactly. So if that's the case, guys, it should never ever be solved. Technically.
So it is Luca raising under the gun. The ace jack of spades. Tujani could have elected to 3-bet that one, but probably a little bit too light.
Ace Jack and Ace Queen are probably one of my two favorite hands. I don't know why. I think Ace Jack of Spades just looks really, really nice. Looking at it now.
Jesus. I had my suspicions you were a fish before, but now all it's been confirmed.
I
I
could
know.
pick a lot worse hands than Ace Jack, mate.
I was growing up from the age of 30, I know, the age of 18 onwards. I always loved a 9-10 suited plus. I fell in love with
Yeah, the
the
suited
8-10
connect.
of hearts for a while there as well.
Yeah. I think the suited connectors are usually the ones that people have the most appeal towards, at least in my own experience, anyways.
Yeah. Apocalypse says Jack 10 suited is best. He also says poker can't be solved. Only way poker dies if everyone starts playing exactly how the computer tells them to. Well, we're a bit away from being replaced as commentators anyway.
I hope so.
There's no Alexa taking over just
Yeah,
yet.
yeah, yeah.
Well, this is a very wet board, to say the least.
To say the least.
Ali with the best hand, but probably doesn't feel too comfortable here with just a pair of trees with the three of hearts.
Losing to a couple of combos of straight flushes and royal flushes, no?
Luca is just so good at sniffing these things out. This is not a bet I would think of making myself.
You know what's really nice about this? You don't need to make it that big for this to work. Like, you can bet, like, exactly what he did here and get the same amount of folds. So, like you said, mate, really, really nice that he's finding this.
Ali finding a
Question is,
call here. Go ahead, Alan.
no, I was just going to say, if he fires the turn here, he kind of has to seriously consider firing the river here. But, like, obviously it's not not a nice spot when you get called in the turn there. You know, so yeah, I don't mind. I'm not surprised to see this. I just check back. Yeah.
It's just a bit of a one and done scenario.
But I do like the bet on the turn. I really, really like the bet on the turn. As I said already, man, it's like you don't need to bet that big to make that work. And I think his sizing was really, really nice in the turn. As if somebody doesn't have a heart, like even if somebody has a straight there, man, they might have to end up folding because what do you think Luke ever has? They're betting into two players on a four to a flush, you know, kind of really, really wet texture like that itself. So probably a one and done, as you said, makes the most sense after getting called.
It just depends what you think you can make your opponent fold on the river with a second bet, but going to be hard to win a showdown with the ace jack. Just decides to bet once, and I like what you said there, using a small sizing because you don't need to bet that big.
Now the only other thing I could say to that there to make that river to bluff that is just go for another small sizing again, because I don't think you're going to have massive polar sizings there usually anyways on the river if you do decide to bet. So if you never think he has the the king of hearts or the eight of hearts for the straight flush, like obviously nobody has ace king of hearts there. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting one if you wanted to go small again on the river if you're thinking about what that player's range looks like there. But as I said, man, I don't mind just giving up on the river as well. I think both are fine.
Yeah, it also depends what we think our opponent is. We went check on the flop, right? So it depends what hearts you think your opponent's going to check back in position.
This mandrake, man. This lad is relentless.
Whoa. This is what we love to see on this channel, though. Action packed. Ali just calling. This is similar-ish to the kings. No, it's not, because it's completely different in terms of stack size. But this is more of a 3-betting hand than a calling hand, surely, because we are so deep.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that as well.
Trujani, the original opener. Mandrake sniffing some weakness, allegedly. But if he's doing this, Alan, with a hand like 4-deuce suited, then how many other hands is he squeezing in this exact scenario? Is what I want to know.
Everton. Everton.
Yeah, can't go much lower than the 4-deuce suited. I do like a good
Telling you, man.
42, but
Yeah, I don't think you can go much lower than this, as you said already, man. But it's obviously a lovely spot for Alexei here now. Really, really nice spot. Just calls.
well, I like this considering we were setting the trap by just calling the 12k initially. If we come over the top there, alarm bells are surely ringing.
Fact. Defo.
But with 110 players remaining now, just 55 away from the money. 55 get paid, 55 go home with nothing. We're halfway there. I'm not going to start singing Bon Jovi, but
Time and the place for that, mate.
yeah. 10-9-7 is the flop, and Mandrake, he's going to continue for about quarter pot. He ain't afraid of no ghost. Ali's going to call. And now the stack to pot ratio is getting close to 1-1. That's not a good turn for the aces.
No, sir. No, sir. Couldn't get much worse than this, Dan, in fairness. I don't think.
And we have the ace of diamonds in our hand, so that's not a card we want either. We want our opponent to have like a diamond draw.
And he is going for it.
God.
Oh, this is brilliant. And you know something? I really like this sizing as well. I really like this sizing as well. And it's very similar to the previous hand with the 4 to a flush, 4 to a straight board, man. You just don't need to bet that big to make better hands to fold here. The aces ain't going anywhere yet. We'll see what happens on the river, bro.
Yeah, this is where I would struggle a bit. I think I want to bet more because there's so many draws out there. But if they have a combo draw, you're just going to get check jammed on. It's tough to check jam though without an 8 in your hand. So
if Mandrake finds this, man.
Oh my God, he just moves all in.
Brilliant, 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 brilliant. I love this. This is a sick spot for aces. Having the ace of diamonds here blocking flushes is right, and he does call.
Whoa!
Yeah.
He didn't think twice about it.
Interesting.
Holy moly! He had me fooled. And I could see
I wonder if he didn't have the ace of diamonds there, would he have called so quickly? Because the thing is, man, like, what's really Mandrake? You know, he doesn't have that much 8x. I know it's Mandrake in terms of like 3-betting wild hands and all that, but like, I mean, if he has 4-2, man, he's gonna have 8x here. So what am I on about? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, if he has 4-deuce, he's gonna have a lot of the 8x, surely. But he also has king queen. That's a really that hand makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, what I was going to say, obviously having that combo of aces on the river there when Mandrake shoves, like he's shoving a very, very polarized range on the river there. Like he doesn't have sets or 2 pairs anymore, I don't think. So he's basically repping straights and flushes there, and if the out of position player who has aces with a diamond, then that obviously discounts some of his value combos for Mandrake to be jamming on the river there. So I assume that's why he called. Whether he's thinking exactly along those lines, I'm not quite sure, but he didn't waste any time, Dan, to call in the river, to be fair to him. So
Mandrake loses a chunk of chips there, though. When we started only a few orbits ago, he had wow, he had about 300k or more, I think.
Yeah, he
The
lost
more I think about it, though, I think I loved that the triple barrel there, because when we raised to 12k and we 3-bet to 36 or whatever it was, we can rule out almost all 8x from our opponent's range, and
That's true.
the king queen offsuit combinations should be just folding the majority of the time. You can call sometimes, but the king queen offsuit not going to play too well off that stack depth out of position, so he can eliminate some of those combinations. So if he can eliminate the king queen offsuit combinations and a lot of the 8x combinations, therefore becomes a mandatory triple barrel bluff, in my opinion.
With 4 high. Don't forget the
With
4
4 high,
high.
yeah. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
Hand is
I
irrelevant.
yeah. But I do agree with you, man. I do think in terms of like a really, really tough board to call down with. Like, the thing is, obviously, Mandrake never thinks he has aces there. You know, that's the other issue as well. Which actually probably makes his decision easier, because if he doesn't think he ever has aces or like these slow played overpairs, then you know probably jamming on that sort of board texture is going to make a lot more sense because he has less premiums in his range. But as I said, man, like finding the squeeze with the 4-2 and just barreling it off on that board texture. And to be fair, it's a really, really bad board, no? Like there's straights possible, there's two pairs, there's sets, there's straights, you know, there's flushes, there's everything going on there, you know?
Yeah. So from the aces perspective, there we beat 4-2 suited, but we have a lot of busted hearts, and the diamonds get there on the river, so it's just busted hearts. It's hard to find the bluffs. I'm pretty sure I put aces in the book there, but against Mandrake, and if I have significant history and I've played with him all day, maybe yesterday, and maybe it's not the first time that they've ever met
Yeah.
in a tournament, I think Mandrake found the bluff so fast, though. That was maybe a time and tell. I don't know. I think it was you that sent me a video about the longer someone takes, the more likely they are that they are bluffing, and the shorter they take, the more likely they are that they are nutted. Well, that was less than 5 seconds before he put out the chip to say he was all in.
Yeah, it's an interesting hand to say the least, man. Good content. Good content for sure.
Yeah, it has me excited now for what
Yeah,
what
yeah,
comes
yeah.
next. There's always that one hand that's like gets me giddy as a schoolgirl.
Through that.
Ilmatic says he guessed he had made up his mind to call it down. Well, yeah, good point. I mean, the all-in on the river happened nearly as quick as the call.
True.
There's been a lot of times recently where people are giving out about people stalling. That certainly wasn't one of them.
Not that time.
KM says Mandrake takes every spot. Poku says Ireland are going to beat the All Blacks next weekend. God, I hope so.
Place be gone wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I watched the video before it came online there. They had five suspected injuries, and one or two more or less definite they'll know in the morning. So it could be down about 4 or 5 players, which is a lot. It's a big hit.
It's a seriously physical game, man. Jesus Christ, it's ridiculous how physically strong you have to be, and not only that, obviously mentally strong as well to like put up with the physical battle of putting yourself through that. And the size of the men, man, they're huge men, like huge men,
Massive,
huge
like.
stature, like they're just ridiculous. And the thing is, man, I seen images from like, let's say maybe rugby players, whatever, 15, 20 years ago. They're bigger. They're nearly twice the size now, man, in terms of stature. Like it's madness. But again, like that, man, it shows the physicality of that sport. It's insane.
I think that would have got to do with, though, the improvements. Like you're being great as my coach, like helping me with diet, exercise, routine, and all the information's out there now that wasn't out there 20 years ago. Like how to get bigger, how to maintain it, how to do it correctly, how to not take
That's true.
steroids, to get to the
Yeah,
top.
yeah, yeah.
Like, and even in terms of how much products are out there for like optimal recovery on top of optimal workouts. So that's why they're just getting so much bigger. Plus, humans are getting bigger in general.
True. That's a fair
We're not
point
getting
when you
any
break it down that
smaller.
way. I reckon recovery was probably the biggest thing in terms of improving that over the last 15, 20 years, man, in terms of technology and all that, because I reckon people grossly underrated how much you have to recover to actually maintain it and also just build it in the first place in terms of if you want to build muscle or whatever. Sleep, man, is a massive catalyst in terms of in terms of recovery. Like if you're not sleeping right, man, it's just like it will break you in terms of like wanting to maintain or just to have some kind of physical appearance from working out. Sleep is a huge catalyst to making that a possibility. And on top of that, obviously, eating well is another variable among other things. But sleep has a huge impact, man, a massive impact.
Well, yeah, everything you're saying is so valid, and it's like, oh, why are the lads talking about rugby? Because you you take it out over to poker, and it's the same. Everything that we just
Yeah.
spoke about applies. Sleep so important. Yes, you don't have to be incredibly physical to play poker, but it certainly helps if you have a good diet, exercise, and sleeping well. That's, yeah, okay. Poker's not a team sport, not for the most part anyway, but it is. If you get to the top level, you've got a whole team behind you.
Yeah. Big time.
So Gianfranco is going to call with 12 big blinds behind on the turn. Stack to pot ratio way under 1-1.
Whoa.
Vincent shoving on the turn here, picking up a straight draw. I think this is pretty much fine from Vincent. Obviously, Franco snapping with the top pair. That's really nice double up there for the new player at the table.
Immediate double up.
But I wouldn't fancy getting battered around France there in a stadium and then trying to play poker at King's the following day.
Oh, sir. No, sir.
Oh.
I can't even.
You're gonna get.
I was gonna say that I can't even imagine how long it would take you to recover, like both mentally and physically from that experience. Now, I'm not gonna say like that I'd ever agree to it, but like I can't even imagine how long it would take you to like recover, like for something like that. After putting yourself through that is what I mean.
Yeah, just warriors. I mean, I always call
Complete
poker
warriors.
players modern day gladiators trying to earn their freedom.
I like that.
When you start playing the game, you have all the freedom you want. I can go here and I can go there, and I don't have a 9 to 5. But sooner or later, you become chained to it because you're always chasing that next score. You could be in a downswing,
Yeah.
and it's nearly worse when you're winning. You have a massive upswing. You want to keep playing. You do not want to leave the table on a heater. So I like that we're making the comparisons between sports, because as I get older, I realize that it's the elites that are training to be elite at poker are applying all the same disciplines and
Well, look,
consistency.
man. The thing is, having a good routine for all that sort of stuff as well is obviously is not gonna it's not gonna be a bad thing to put into your life. Like having that structure will always benefit you, no matter what your area of work is. But I have to strongly agree, man. And ever since I started implementing that on a daily basis, in terms of like really strong kind of routine and schedule, I just feel better on a daily basis, man. It's like it's not even close to like if I wake up and I exercise or I don't exercise. The days that I don't exercise are the shittier days. Put it that way, like it has such an impact on your mental well-being. It's like it's not even there should be no excuse for you not to be exercising daily. Or maybe not daily, but at least 4 or 5 times a week, without doubt, in my opinion, anyways. And I'm not saying to go run marathons. I'm just saying get out for a walk for a half an hour, do a workout for 45 minutes. That's not going to kill you. But anyways, rant over.
Well, it's all these small things. We like rants here on this channel. It's great that I'm not talking to the wall. Sunday nights can usually be a little bit quiet, and then it always picks up on the Monday. Viewers going to be spoiled because we got Monday and then Tuesday the final table, or how many players will be left at that time. So
find out then.
and to the point there, it's a marathon. You're playing poker for 40, maybe even 50 hours throughout 5 or 6 days in a lot of these events, and you need to have good mental and physical fitness to be there playing for the title, the championship rounds.
Well, I've said this countless times on stream, man, when I stream myself, that there's no way in hell that I would be where I am without having that routine of exercise and diet in place on a daily basis. You know, not a hope in hell I'd be where I am without it. You know, and the thing is with poker, man, as well, is delayed gratification. I remember before when I started executing this kind of strategy in terms of like, you know, routine on a daily basis with exercise and whatnot. I was there after like a couple of weeks, maybe 2 or 3 months. I was like, why am I doing this? Why is this benefiting me? What's the benefit of it? You know, but then after like a couple of more weeks, I started noticing impact on the game, like studying, just focus, everything, man, was just way, way better. So again, like that, man, no excuse to not do it.
Yeah, and even when I'm saying these things to you, I feel a bit like a hypocrite because I have good patches and bad patches. It's so easy though, especially in Ireland, to just you go off the beaten track. But it is the cream rising to the top, the same faces you see and get to all these final tables. They obviously, even if they're not that physically well, I guarantee you they are working on their mental fortitude day in, day out.
Yeah. And that's the thing you need to, man. It's a two-way street. You know, you can't just only solely focus on one, man. Look, the way I see it is with poker, man, if you want to reach, you know, high stakes or like, you know, play for big money, play for good money, you need to have that stuff in check. I just think anyone that's playing small stakes, low stakes, you know, just whatever, like, there's no need for it at all in terms of that. But like, I do think if you want to play high stakes, you need to have that in your routine. Look, as I said, man, it's like one of those things that you should have anyways, because it's not going to have a negative impact on your life. It's only going to benefit you.
Yeah, well, you have to do the things that if you're going to be playing high stakes against really tough competition and they've done everything that you haven't, then you're going to find it very difficult, even if you are the most talented player at that table. If you haven't done A, B, and C, you're not going to succeed in taking down these big titles. Some funny comments coming in the chat.
Yeah, I was just going to say it. Just going to say it.
Not quite, Slim Donkey. Not everyone in Ireland is an alcoholic, but
stereotypically it would be classified as that. For me, man, I rarely drink.
Saying poker events, though, it is part and parcel.
That is true. When we win the World Cup,
Apocalypse is now no longer from the UK, by the way, just so everyone is clear about that. Vincent turning 2 pair. Franco not going to be liking this board. Does pick up a straight draw, but 2 overcards to his pocket jacks. Slim Donkey asking, are we jacked? Well, I'm definitely not jacked. But if you make a ring, I'll dance. Alan is far fitter than me.
I wouldn't say I'm jacked, though. I'm definitely not out of shape.
There's about 100 pounds of the difference between me and Alan anyway. So I'll take from that what you will.
You said it, I didn't.
Well, I said it. We'd be fighting in different weight divisions, put it that way.
Yeah, defo.
Kamikaze says, supplements and sleep combined with training, work ethics and genetics. There are no 140-pound men playing pro rugby. Well said, bro. Well said. Franco going to check back here. Not going to beat many hands, but decides to cut his losses and check that one back. We are going to have a break in 2 hands time for just under 15 minutes. Hope you're enjoying the show so far. I know I am. Picking Alan's brain. One of my favorite pastimes, especially when we have him on the stream with us. Great stuff indeed. Almost 100 players still remaining. 103 in the average stack. just over 50 bigs, 53 big blinds. And McCarthy says some of the healthiest people drink alcohol every day with lunch and dinner, only a glass or two. Yeah.
The problem is stopping. The problem is stopping after a glass or two.
You might get away with that in a different country, but not Ireland.
Exactly. No, I've a brother living in Italy, man, which you're very much aware of, and that's very, very common to do that. I remember being there one Sunday morning, man, and we went to some very, very secluded small house, like in the middle of nowhere. And I'd say we arrived there at like 9:30 for like, a meal in the morning, man. There must have been about 5 bottles of wine drank between like 10 a.m. till like 1 p.m. that afternoon, between like 4 people.
That's crazy.
So yeah.
Well, I will say though, when you're having a lot of food with it, it's not going to be as bad.
The other thing as well, man, I think it's very watered down is another possibility too. Like it might be like, we'll say a glass, maybe half wine, half water, something like that, it would be kind of diluted. So it wouldn't be as strong.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. You could get in trouble for that in Ireland, but maybe you get away with it in Italy. Or France.
Get your hand cut off.
Well, just about. Luca takes that. I actually watched a great documentary recently called Sour Grapes, where there's a guy who just uncovered this whole conspiracy about, like, there was a guy selling extremely expensive wine to rich people, and it turns out he was just using old wine and putting them in different bottles. And he got found out eventually, but people were buying his wine for crazy amounts of money.
Connoisseurs, like, yeah. They don't know the difference.
Connoisseur, all right.
Yeah.
By a con man.
Indeed.
This was going on for years, like it's pretty nearly 2 decades. People wanted to go see his vineyard and stuff, and he was just putting a
absolute
suboptimal product
fraud.
in. Yeah. So I thought that was it was a fascinating documentary. Just check it out, Sour Grapes.
It's a good name for a documentary, no?
The next time you get a bad beat, you'll be reminded by that name, Sour Grapes.
Yeah.
So this is the last hand before the break, and it looks like it's going to be an exciting one. Alessandro with pocket nines, Mandrake sub 20 bigs to start the hand with ace queen of clubs, and Vincent the initial opener with 9-8 of spades. Over pair for Alessandro, and this is going to be going in the middle here, Alan.
Indeed, mate. Indeed.
Mandrake with the 2 overs and the nut flush draw. Vincent betting 20k. He thinks he's probably pretty decent on this board. A paired board, top pair, albeit with a low enough kicker, but rates to be the best hand a considerable portion of the time. Mandrake is going to commit himself here, raising to 60k. And now Alessandro, I would say he has a tough decision. He does have an overpair. But in terms of what he's going to do here, does he... Whoa.
Yeah. I was going to say that's a little bit awkward because of being sandwiched with Vincent, who still has a pretty strong range from being under the gun plus 2.
I honestly, I don't hate it.
Yeah.
I would have thought Mandrake would have tried to get this all in pre from the small.
Yeah, 3-bet squeeze would have been nice in hindsight, but I mean, whatever. Like, I mean, he's still in good, decent shape here at the moment with 2 overs and a flush draw.
21 outs as you see the turn. Turn is the 7 of hearts. And Vincent getting the pocket nines out of the way could be set to eliminate Mandrake. He does get rid of Mandrake. I'm actually meant to be unbiased on this channel here, but I'm sad to see Mandrake go because I love seeing what he's going to do next.
Unpredictable.
I'm I'm sure we will see him again. I'll go down and cry into my cup of tea.
Yeah.
Okay, folks, that's great. First 2 hours of action. We are going to go on a short break. We'll see you all inside of 15 minutes for lots more action. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few.
I think also.
Start of the
We
day
will
too,
not
yeah.
make it. We can bet.
This even way less people actually. Less people than the last time, yeah. Because the last time was like 83 or something.
The
and now
DJs are
it's
trying to have a bet at the table whether they will make the money before play is ended
I
for
don't
the
think
evening.
we get bubble by one level. No, I don't think so.
Everything is too slow.
One level more, 20 knockouts is asking for a lot. If it is one level more,
I think also too slow.
Erkin continuing on Jack 8-6, 2 spade flop. Here and a flush draw for Erkin. Patrick with middle pair, queen of spades in his hand also. Bet of 22k and a call, over 100k in the middle now as we see the turn. Oh, the turn is the 8 of clubs, giving Patrick trips now. Erkan most likely just going to take a free card, try hit a spade on the river, and he does do just that. 4 of spades hitting the river, giving Erkan the nut flush.
That's 60.
Patrick with a bet of 60k, 60% pot. How much can Erkan raise to get called by an 8? And how is this going to look to Patrick?
160.
160. Patrick getting 3-1 on a call here for 100k more. Patrick calling an unbeliever with his 8.
Yeah, nice stop.
Nice pot for Erkan, adding 222k to his stack. That's the first real hit we've seen Patrick take.
Thank you.
You end up gagging and almost throwing up at the smell of your own, you know. So to counter that, this 12-hour solo commentary stint, felt like you guys would give me a bit of space, a bit of leeway,
You just love poker.
and let me off the old sock and sandals grind.
Oh, good. It is.
You know, like my one-time pass. Bamlam saying never an excuse. Boots saying agree, sock and sandals is brutal. All right, chat. Okay.
But apart from that, I'm all good.
And issues with our central nervous system, but other than that,
Celebson saying getting paid millions for it. Millions. All right, chat.
Emotionally
All
get
right.
inside.
Okay, no more socks and sandals. I see how it is.
we're society.
So we jump back into this.
Other than that, living
Button open from Nikki P. Deep with the 3-bet out the small with the queens. This could be a chip lead pot, ladies and gentlemen.
5 seconds.
Orpin has woken up with ace queen O in the big.
One time button.
Button v small blind v big blind. Chat, does Orpin just rip here? For 33 bigs.
5 seconds.
Oh, wow. Oh, boy.
Raise 3.1.
3.1 million from Orpin. The cold 4 out of the big. Sean Deeb looking for bracelet number 4. In a great spot to either just pick up this 5.6 in the middle or get it in with the queens and be a 3-1 favorite to have over half the chips in play. Hand number 102.
One time button.
Nail biting stuff here. Can't fault Orpin for 4-betting out of the big. Deep with the 3-bet out the small. Nikki P on the background saying he's going to shove over the top of this 3-bet.
Seconds.
Does announce all in. And Orpin with a snap fold. Sean Deeb picks up a monster pot without even having to sweat 5. Up to 14 million in chips.
I see, yeah.
It's history about to be made here.
December. So I'm going 7 hours back, right?
Okay.
So how do you...
I'll explain how I did it from home.
Okay,
So what I do is, my flight left at 10 p.m.
right.
Right? I want to wake up around, and it's 8 hours forward.
Right.
So 10 p.m. my time is 6 a.m. there.
Right.
2 hours into the flight is about 8 a.m.
Right.
So I'm gonna eat at midnight, right? That's gonna be breakfast. Before midnight, I don't have any food. I fast the whole day
Right.
before noon. So like if you do earlier, it's even better. You know, anywhere from like 8 a.m. to noon, you have a big meal, satiate yourself, and then you basically the time that you will be asleep, you're not eating, right? Then when the new time, like, oh, I need to wake up here, it's like this is true in the animal world too. Like when
Right.
they eat, that's the start of their day kind of thing.
Yeah.
So the body's tricked into thinking that, all right, this is the new beginning of my day. I fasted during sleep.
So you fasted from 12 p.m. your time.
Yeah.
You
till
then got on
midnight.
the plane at 10 p.m. You didn't eat until midnight.
Yeah.
So you went 12 hours.
I did 12. Yeah, 12 to,
That makes
anywhere
sense.
12 to 16.
And that was 8 a.m. Okay, I see.
Yeah. So
Alright.
basically, like, when I had breakfast, when I had dinner on breakfast at midnight,
Right.
that's breakfast. Even though it wasn't a breakfast, but that was my new breakfast. Because I hadn't eaten, right? So your body's like.
Oh, I'm gonna give that a try.
Yeah, it's there's science behind it. It's not just like old wives' tale from Phoenix. It's the real thing.
Yeah. I'll have to give it a try.
And then of course, if let's say it doesn't work or whatever, and you're up at like 4 or 5 in the morning, don't eat.
Right.
Like, that's the key thing is like if it doesn't happen the first 24 hours, like always make sure that you're not like eating,
right.
4 hours before you want to wake up, because then you're gonna stay all fucked up. This schedule here for these events though, it's so fucked up that I don't even know what time makes sense to wake up, because I think I'm playing a lot of 4 p.m. tournaments.
It's pretty late.
Yeah.
Pretty late.
4 p.m., 6 p.m. till 2 or 3.
What's up?
Good morning. Are you ready for today?
Yeah. See you at Kings.
Alright guys, everybody put their mobile phones down there, guys. Mobile phones are down here. No phones? Perfect.
We're just waiting for Dan to come back from break, guys, but I'm more than happy to jump in for a minute or two until he does come back.
All right, folks, we are back.
There he is.
I usually wait until they're shuffling the cards, Alan, but yeah, I was ready
Fair
there,
enough.
waiting in the wings. Nice.
All G.
Nice to have you as my noble steed.
just double checking, yeah? Just double checking.
The noble steed's not too far from a donkey now.
I'll take what I can get at this stage, mate.
100 players remaining. It's a nice round number. 55 getting paid, 543 original entries. You can take over if you want, Alan. I'll just chime in every now and again.
We'll see where it goes, mate. See where it goes.
Sure, isn't it great? We have each other there. We can finish each other's sentences.
Not many commentators that can say that, bro.
No. I did. I can tell you now what I was doing at the break there. Stuffing my face with chocolate, scalding my tongue with coffee, and washed it down with about a litre of water.
I hope it was worth it.
A busy 13 minutes while I had some spicy steak there earlier with some pasta. Pasta is not something I would recommend eating before playing or commentating, but
strongly agree with that.
Like I said, the brother decided to mess up my mic and then make me some carby food before he left, just to add insult to injury. Steak was delicious though.
Take the good with the bad, yeah?
Well, you know, steak was overcooked, but the people were rare.
Good with the bad.
Johan is in the house. Good evening, Johan the man. What's up? Hope you are well.
Not gonna lie, I always kind of wonder what the J stood for. Now that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you come to notice these things when you're in the executive committee. You'd have all these cool dudes adding you on WhatsApp, you know, wanting to know what time the stream is on at, etc., etc. Yeah, it's a 1550 buy-in with a 150. So I was saying it was 1650, but it looks like it's 1700. I stand corrected. Said the man in the orthopedic shoes. all the way around to Ali in the cutoff. We like to have fun here, Alan.
Never would have guessed, mate.
No. What I was saying to you there earlier was, I said you've got a nice niche market with what you're doing with your channel. Alan F Poker, by the way, folks. We don't talk about much other than King's Resort on here, of course, but definitely give Alan a like, subscribe and a follow. I was saying you've got a niche market there. There's not a lot of guys streaming cash games, so it's really cool that you're building up a following, and hopefully some of them will tune in tomorrow and Tuesday to get your insights in a different realm. This time, No Limit Hold'em tournament, of course. Same concept apply.
It's funny you mentioned that, because I've been speaking with other streamers that have been doing it for, you know, obviously a longer time than I have, and basically the most of them would say that I'm nuts for streaming 500 nil and 200 nil on stars and all that jazz. I don't think that's the case at all. I think it's hilarious that they even think that, because as I said at the start of the stream, bro, I never thought the two of them would coincide, between streaming and playing 200 and 500 online. Because if you lose a couple of buy-ins of 500, obviously that adds up to a bit of money in terms of volume. Obviously I don't look at it that way, but as I said already, man, it's a really, really interesting thing when you're doing this MDA stuff with them kind of strategies and them exploits, what the pool are doing. But yeah, it's still very entertaining as well for the average viewer, seeing me do some ridiculous stuff at times.
it's important to note there that Ali 4-bet jammed Alan, not to cut you off. I want to get back
no
to
problem.
that. I'm the one that asked the question. But you see, in a different situation there against a different opponent, perhaps ace-10 offsuit would call or maybe even just fold the offsuit combination, deciding it's against Luka Bohovic, who I've already mentioned is a very, very formidable opponent at this table. And obviously this guy with his speedos, the speedy glasses there, I don't know what you call them. He looks like he's going for a swim. He's ready to swim with the sharks in the water. Decides to just 4-bet rip his opponent in the small, having 30 big blinds behind or so. And the ace-6 offsuit combination, 3-betting from the small, which is also a bit speculative. So basically, you were having other streamers tell you that you're a nut job, that you should be either playing 200 NL or 500, not both, is it?
Well, more so the fact that, like, you know, the pool on Stars, man, and the pools on across a lot of sites when you start playing 500 and 1K, it's obviously quite small, you know. So what I assumed the impression was from when somebody said that to me is that I'm probably giving up a bunch of EV or free EV to the regs, which might be the case, man, but I really haven't noticed that while playing. I was a little bit kind of, not anxious, you could say, but a little kind of conscious about what this might look like if I start doing it. But as I said, man, I feel right at home doing it. I don't really care if they think that I am giving up EV, because personally I don't think I am. But I get where they're coming from, because obviously the swings on 500, man, can be very, very extreme. It wouldn't be an impossible thing to happen that I'd lose 10 buy-ins in a session, you know. And obviously that's 5K in real money terms. Again, I don't look at it that way, but yeah, just raising a call. But yeah, other than that, bro, it's I've very, very much enjoyed since I started doing it, and I don't think I'm going to look back anytime soon, if I'm honest.
Well, you're giving up a small bit of equity there to create and expand a community of like-minded people that want to see someone like yourself play cash and not tournaments. So pat yourself on the back for that. Like, even guys at the top stakes of tournaments online every Sunday, like Lex Veldhouse springs to mind. He knows he's giving up significant tells, reads, etc. by allowing some of the best players in the world to watch him while he streams, but he knows that his community is at a size where he can't let the fans down. So I think that that's awesome that you're doing that for the fans. You're growing your channel. Pretty soon you'll be hitting 100 viewers, I've no doubt, and the rest. Luka in a very difficult spot here. Doesn't really want to call off his tournament with a king out there, but the way Vincent has played this, it looks very diamond heavy.
Beer in hand.
Wouldn't you see? Yeah.
Very nonchalant.
He does look relaxed, but he also, I think, you know, he's made his mind up. It's over to the small blind, so he's not really caring about giving away information. It's kind of, I personally think this looks like a draw type hand. I don't ever see him shoving this size with just with a king. Some players will and do, but really I would think he would size up on flop, turn and river. Also, when you turn and take a drink like that, it's normally an indication of strength. I have been doing some work on live tells and stuff. I don't like talking about too much on stream, because I'm giving away what personal information about the players, and sometimes it's confirmed. I've seen it several times in succession, and you know, obviously it's a pattern game of rhythm and patterns, and you see the same ways people bet with their chips, etc. But when he jams like that and just turns and has a drink, it looks like he's very calm. And if he's indifferent of whether he gets called or not.
Yeah, it's and I agree with that as well, man. It's interesting in one way, because I know when I was a little bit more inexperienced, that out of maybe anxiousness, I might reach for a drink of water, you know. And that's what I'm saying, man. It could be two different tells. It's the same tell for two different people, as an example, but having two different outcomes from that one tell. Because I know I've done that before, man. Whether I was starting off when I was very, very, you know, in my early days, me saying that, man, is crazy. I'm only 29, I'm 30 next week, I think, next Saturday or Sunday or something like that. But yeah, I've done stuff like that at the start, man. when I used to drink a glass of water because I just paint the picture. I don't want to get called. I want to look kind of relaxed, chilled out. Don't really care what the outcome is, but deep down I'm like, please don't call.
Yeah, yeah. This is the thing. It's just, you could be reverse telling your opponent, but in general, when we do that, it's that we're relaxed enough that we're indifferent. If we get called, we get called. We've made our decision. There's no going back.
Yeah.
It's just interesting because he rocked back in the chair, had his drink, and then leaned forward. But I still think when we jam that much into a pot like that, blind v blind, it's rarely going to contain a king. We do see some players do that, but it's pretty much never going to be a 6. Then it really only leaves a diamond draw.
Definitely, yeah. Definitely. And that's the thing, man. If you obviously, again, we can see the cards, so our analysis is going to be relatively accurate to what's going on. But even like that, man, it's like you said, it's the same kind of they're seeing the same body language we're seeing. So that's a very, very valid point. So technically, if that's the case, they have the same information, bar us seeing the whole cards. Obviously, that's a big variable. But other than that, man, they're seeing the same things we are.
Small point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Vincent betting 20k here. You just seen Luca fold on the button with an ace, by the way. I think that's notable. Even though it was an ace deuce offsuit, most players would just be opening that. But because Vincent is playing 700k, he just decides to let it go and not have to be in an awkward situation. I think we still want to be pretty much raising every ace-x on the button there off that stack depth, but perhaps a bit gun-shy after the previous hand. And with the 9s, the previous hand, you could make an argument for calling if you think you're up against a diamond draw. But Luca can't afford to be wrong in that situation. It's for his tournament life, so just decides to let it go.
Could be just one of those spots as well, man, where you kind of said, right, I could be ahead here, but I'm probably flipping it best or whatever, maybe a 55-45, a small favourite. And like you said, man, maybe the better players that have a better skill edge or just technical ability might just pass on them sort of closer spots. But like that, man, if he knew exactly what he had, he definitely would have called. But yeah, he couldn't have known for sure. So maybe just decided to pass on a close spot like that.
Yeah, and it's against Vincent, though, who's shown he is one of the most aggressive players at this table, at least. And he has the chips to do it. Yeah.
No, I was going to say Vincent there shoved on this turn very, very quickly as well, man. Probably the same pace as he did literally in the previous hand also, which is obviously has a 5 here. Gianfranco's obviously thinking about something, but yeah, he did the same motion, same pace of an all-in on the turn here when he turned the 5. So it's an interesting thing to take into account.
Every time I think of that name, Gianfranco, all I can think is that player Zola.
Yeah.
Love that player Zola, and all I can hear is Zola. I used to collect stickers when I was around 10.
Yeah, been there, bro. Been there, mate. I think we've all been there.
So Johan asks, will we reach the money today? I can't tell you, Johan. We have this level. And then the next level will be 4 and 8, and then the final level of the evening, as far as I'm made aware, is 5 and 10,000 levels. So 3 levels of action yet to come tonight before players bag and tag. It is very possible that we have 40 eliminations before that point, but it is going to be close. And Jaxie says, evening lads, top coverage. Thanks very much, Jaxie. It's easy when I've got a co-commentator.
I'm not always here, bro. I'm not always here.
He's a busy little piggy. You got to tie him down. And it's not beyond the realms of possibility that Gianfranco could call this, but the 8 is bad because he blocks some draws we would want our opponent to have, and it's the 8 of spades as well. So is just going to let it go. I've seen wilder calls on a paired board, blind v blind, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think folding there is the right play. I probably wouldn't have gave it that much time in itself to even decide on the turn, but I don't blame him for at least thinking about it. I think it's a pretty clear fold, to be fair, but, you know, like you said, Dan, stranger things have happened.
Jaxie says, yeah, this chap is a little tipsy. I've had him before at the table. Likes to play a little crazy after a few. Okay.
That explains everything.
The more you know.
The more you know. Well, we did see him with a beer in his hand as well, so that was extra validation from what Jaxie just said as well. So clearly he likes to have a drink and play.
Some of the cheapest beer I've ever had in my life. I think it was less than €2 a pint. Maybe it's a little bit more now, but still.
Have a
like
guess.
that, Alan, they're just giving it away.
I know. That's what I was going to say, man. When I was on my brother's stag there a couple of weeks ago, guess how much they were charging for a pint, whatever, normal pint, in the city, Liverpool City, right in the city centre now.
About £7 or £8 sterling.
£9 it was for a pint, man.
Oh my God.
£9 for a pint, man. Now, of course, we still drank the pints, but you know, it wasn't cheap, man. Like there was a round of 7 or 8 Jaeger bombs that was probably the same price that we just ended up doing instead.
Well, it'd work out cheaper in the long run, but then you have to deal with the inevitable struggle before midnight.
Yeah. No, I was blown away, man. Like £9 a pint. I was like, what? We probably had 2 or 3 pints, man. That was it. We just went on spirits after that. But yeah, it was like crazy price. Like I don't even think it's that expensive in Dublin.
It's about €12.
Yeah, crazy, man. Definitely €11, close to 11 at least. It's a.
And Jaxie's telling me now it's €3 now for a pint. Oh no, not €3. No way.
Where's that? €3 where?
In Kings.
In Kings? When are we going?
Yeah.
Don't go for the poker, man. Just go for the pints. Wow, impressive.
Well, make no mistake about it now. If I'm going over there, I'm going for the poker. I'm gonna win myself a bracelet.
The P and the P,
then.
then.
Here first.
The P and the P. The pints and the poker, man.
Plenty of time. Time enough for counting when the dealing's done.
For sure, bro. For sure.
So yeah, you would expect to see the average stack remain around 50 bigs for the foreseeable. It's just a deep stacked event. At least in a no limit hold'em tournament scenario, maybe not so much for Alan, who's used to play 100 big blinds every hand minimum.
Usually, yeah. I'd like to imagine sometimes what it would be like for me to transition if I ever decided to just move over to MTTs, man. How tough of a transition that might be. Obviously, there's a lot of things I could implement from cash games to tournaments. I think the biggest thing that I would struggle with is like the ranges from like, I don't know, 30 to 25 to 20 and then 18, 16, you know, all the kind of, you know, minor changes in ranges. I don't know how much of a big impact that has, but I'm sure it does regardless. I think that's what I would struggle with the most if I ever did transition on a permanent basis.
Well, your chips are just so valuable. But let's talk about it in a freeze-out scenario because, yes, I think multi-day are fantastic and multi-entry, but at some point it is great to be able to put a man to a test for all of his marbles and move everything all in. And then if you get one of those sizings wrong when you're playing sub 30 bigs to start the hand because you're so used to getting your chips in by the river and you can't re-enter, it's going to stain. So there is a lot of adjustments to be made there.
KM makes a good point in chat here. He said, yeah, go for it, mate, go for it.
Yeah, from cash to MTT is easy, other way around is harder. In cash you were used to playing every street, whereas in MTT is usually just pre-flop flop because of shallow stacks.
Yeah, I can see that too. That's what I'm saying, like that's when I kind of mentioned that like there's a lot of things I can obviously transition from cash, and now that you mentioned that KM, I think that's a good very good example because like that, I can't imagine SPRs ever. I can't imagine that many post-flop spots. Of course, there will be, and there will be very kind of unique ones in itself. But that's a fair point. Turns and rivers are probably would be less frequently played, I guess, in MTTs than it would be for cash, because of stack depths usually. That's a fair point. FYI, I doubt that's ever going to happen, by the way, in terms of going over to MTTs anytime soon. Maybe a Sunday punt, that's about it. Other than that, I might. Other than that, I probably won't ever, I'd say, to be fair.
Be a good name for a tournament, the Sunday punt.
Ideas already done, yeah?
Yeah, always ideas for nicknames and naming things. Johan says he was playing the €330 PKO in the Moor, had a small loss. Our man Johan now, Alan, has had he won an event at Turbo recently enough, and then he had a final table, or had a nice cash nonetheless. The boys in the Action Army are accumulating some cash monies over time. Nice to see all their viewing is paying off. You pick up so much from watching these kind of things.
Apocalypse comment in chat, man. Isn't every Sunday million the Sunday punt? Got a point.
Indeed. Ali here with two ladies in the small blind. Luca raising from mid position 1 pretty much. Waves a beer in his front of his face.
Brilliant. And he asked for 2. Did you see that? He asked for 2. He didn't ask for 1, he asked for 2. Brilliant.
He's making me jealous now.
Telling you.
KM says he shifted PLO and Kings last night. I had half a big blind on the bubble, offered then an ICM chop, but they laughed.
Is there no better feeling? I think there's no better feeling than that, honestly.
Yeah. You don't want to be doing a 5-way chop though at the same time, or whatever the case may be, especially in PLO. Yeah. But being action man Dan, I'm always going to say that I want action.
You know what I love the most actually about Giraffe Ganger when he won the 3 million there last weekend, man. He mentioned that he was like, no, I'm not gonna do a 3-way deal or 4-way chop, whatever. Like, I just want to play for the glory. And when he said that word glory, man, I was like, that is absolutely epic to say it, and I really, really mean it. You could tell that he wasn't just saying it for the sake of it, like for content. He genuinely meant, I am actually want to play for the glory here, and he won it, man. To make that even better again, like. But it's just like the way he phrased it, and he was like, I'm not going to take a chop here, 3-way, heads up. I'm just going for the glory. I'm like, man, you're a legend.
Yeah, I don't even know him personally, and I smiled so hard like watching that. It was so endearing. It was beautiful. Like he wanted the glory, but a man of his caliber, I don't think he should have been dealing in that spot, even if it was for that kind of money. Granted, you can just lose 10 hands in a row and it's GG, but he had such a commanding chip lead, and he was so good at that. The whole final table took 3 hours, which is very short for 3 million up top. Also, need to give a massive shout out to Sven Calls, who had a 250k score there, won a bracelet. He wasn't doing too well, on about 100k downswing on GG alone, and has pulled it back massively. Gets a deal then with ACR, wins another 86k on GG. So what an upswing it was for him, our fellow Irishman. Congratulations to Sven Calls.
It's so crazy that you could just be on this really, really tough stretch with poker, man, and you just think there's no light at the end of the tunnel, and it really does feel like that in the middle of it, man. But then it's so screwed that in just a week or a couple of days, everything can change in that time frame, man. It's just you have to go through so much BS to get to that stage. It's mental. And it's so soul crushing, mentally draining. Like, you have to be so resilient to be able to tell yourself, I understand what's going on, and I need to just like stay resilient. And as MTT players have that more of a tougher time than what maybe cash game players would, I'd say, in that experience.
Yeah, it's just, I don't care how good you are at the game if you're playing for that kind of money, unless you're like top tier. No, like Patrick Antonius, that springs to mind. Just the stakes don't bother you. It's still going to bother you because you want that glory, but it's nearly $3 million. So you might be able to play perfectly any other day of the week, but when you're playing for that kind of money, it's going to play tricks on you. It's just so much money.
Yeah.
He didn't seem phased in the slightest.
But that's the best part, man. But the t-shirt tear, was the best part of that, man. Like, all in the heat of the moment, and he just like can't rip the flipping t-shirt, and he openly admits it as well. Like, he's like, I can't rip my t-shirt, and lets out a massive roar instead. It was just brilliant, man. It was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, he's going to be on the chip race this week, hosted by Darryl Carney and David Lappin. Big shout out to them. We're naming all the Irish tonight, but they run a very good podcast. So definitely want to check out that interview. If Giraffe Ganger is on the mic, you never know what he's going to say next. So humble.
True. Yep. I'd love to get on that chip race at some stage myself, man. It'd be nice to talk to them two boys at some stage of my career.
Yeah. I'm sure that's inevitable at some point. I want to win a trophy at Kings before I do any interviews with anyone. It doesn't have to be Kings, but it would be ideal. Fisher raises the 30k here on the 844. Mostly just to protect his top pair. Protect his top pair and maybe get additional value. See, here's the thing. When you get check raised here and then you put it all in, it's 67k to call. You're really not beating much.
No. And it's like a super dry board as well, man. You know, there's not much going on in terms of draws. So, like, what does he really have here? He's going to be 3-betting all in here. And it's under the gun +2 versus the big blind. So, it's not going to be a light range at all, to be fair, no?
So, is this the optimal play then for Fisher, just to check raise fold?
I don't think you should check raise at all with this hand. Like, King 8, Ace 8, I would check raise. Maybe you could go lower with Queen 8. But that's about it. I do it if you are check raising 8x. 7-8 just plays better as a call, because if this ever does happen, you're never in great shape. You're probably just behind most of the time, and it's just better to check call 7-8 because you just have better backdoor equity than just getting this in on the flop against an under the gun +2 range. That's what I think, anyways.
I think that's fantastic analysis. I was saying that's why he's check raising, and if I was in his shoes, I would just be calling to see a turn as well.
Yeah.
Especially when we can turn a straight draw or a 7. A lot of the time, the turn is going to go check. But obviously, he is raising to see where he's at with his top pair on the flop and try to protect his hand, which is understandable. I just think there's better 8x hands to do it with.
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm thinking too, bro. Just Ace 8, King 8 would be the ones I would check raise there. As I said, if it was against a more active player where I felt like 8x needed more protection, then I would definitely raise Queen X. Probably wouldn't stretch it as far as Jack X, but definitely 7-8 there, man. Calling is the only play. I mean, even if that's like big blind versus button there, I still think calling most, if not all the time, is going to be the correct play as well. So if I'm doing that against a button, I'm always going to be just check calling versus a tighter formation, like always, because ranges are a lot more tighter for the most part.
Yeah, it's like we have all the overpairs. We don't have to have Jack 8 suited there.
Exactly.
And some Ace X hands might continue there on 8-4-4 if we get check raised.
I'm trying to think as well. Like I just don't think 3-bet jamming the flop there with that hand is good as well, because again you're only going to get hands called by hands that are beating you. So why not just let the person bluff if they're bluffing? You know, that's another way to look at it, because 8-4-4 board, man, rainbows. Like if you 3-bet all in there, like what do you expect worse to call you? Like only 4x is going to call there most of the time, or that ace-8 or king-8 that's blocking the value, and they still has top pair, top kicker. I don't know, bit of a weird one, that hand, to be fair, thinking about it now.
Yeah, we were concentrating on the 8-7 and we didn't give much thought to the Jack-8.
Yeah.
But it was, yeah, it's funny, 11.5 big blinds more. So, and we have backdoor spades working for us.
Yeah.
So I think maybe call is better than. It's unlikely that we're going to be against a 4. I don't think a 4 check raise is there. But if we do get it all in and we are called, we are going to be up against ace-8 or king-8, as you just said.
Mm-hmm. Just dominated, like. Just dominated, really.
Gianfranco raising to 14k with the Jack-10 off suit. A bit light from early position.
Agreed.
And Alessandro. Nice combination to do this with, Alan.
Yeah, I like it. Any ace-x there versus under the gun +2 here, man. It's going to be a good 3-bet candidate most of the time. I'd probably go for like the ace-4, ace-5, maybe ace-8 here most of the time, and not do the ace-6 or the ace-7. But either way, having an ace here blocking their continuing range, blocking value, it's going to be a good 3-bet most of the time. And this is the problem with like opening Jack-10 under the gun as well, man. You know, if you're going to face a 3-bet, sometimes, not all the time, obviously. But when you do, you know, it's a wide open, as you said already, Dan. So when you do get a 3-bet here, you just have to fold always.
Yeah. And yeah, we're suited and we're on the button, and it's just going to play nice as a 3-bet, especially. Like I said earlier, we don't know how much history or how many hands these players have played with each other in the past, or just in this tournament alone. If he has a read that Gianfranco is opening wide-ish from early position, then this just becomes a mandatory 3-bet. It's going to print some money. Takes it down, moves over the 300k mark, which is good for over 50 bigs. KM says Fabian Rowley, who came 8 in that World Series of Poker online main, was at Kings playing the FT in his room. He busted with Kings versus Queens for a chippy pot and went straight down after for a drink. Yeah. I'd say he had more than one.
Oh, yeah. No doubt.
Just to make the final table of that tournament, I think was $250,000, which is like the average score. It's not the, yeah, it's like a old school Sunday Million was about $250,000 back in the day. It was huge.
The final table?
It would have been for first, I mean.
Okay, okay.
So you're already winning a Sunday Million and a bit of cheese on top there just by coming 9th.
Exactly, yeah. Obviously, the guarantees were bigger. You know, fucking 5 to 10 years ago. In fairness, the guarantees online, like for tournaments, were a lot bigger.
Yeah, he just steamrolled that FT though. It was, I'm not sure. I don't know if you're up to speed there. That 2 weeks ago he was crying. He quit the stream and he was crying because he was losing so much money. He was running so bad. And then,
really, yeah.
But that's what he said on the stream, yeah. Unless he is a bit of a troll, but I think he was definitely telling the truth. Huh. Wow, KM says it was the biggest cash of his career, 340k. He sat it in from a phase qualifier for $60, but was not able to be happy in the moment. It's often the case. It's very hard to.
It is often the case. Yeah.
You want the glory.
Yeah. And that's the thing with MTT poker as well, man. Even the fact that you've like, Lord knows what percentage of return on investment you just had in this one experience. It's the fact that you've gotten that deep from so little that you just wanted it all, and you're kind of just, feel you're just a little bit ungrateful that it didn't work out that way. But man, once you actually zoom out and realize what you just did, like it's just like you have no reason to be upset, like at all.
No, it takes a bit of a sting for a while, and then it's like, okay, well, I won over $250,000, so I have to be happy, especially when it's from $60. But I understand. I've never played for that kind of money, but I've had some really disappointing finishes at final tables. Like, but you done so well, and it doesn't. You want to just get aggressive, shall we say? They don't understand a lot of the time. You get that close.
I'm trying to think what that comparison would be like for a cash game player to get to that point that, like, if it didn't work out, I'd be that disappointed. I can't really think of one.
I think if you got it all in for a few $100K in a cash game and ran it 3 times and lost all 3, maybe that might compare to it.
That's a good one. Yeah. That would be the best one, because I suppose if I was taking a shot at a higher stake where it was just like a 1,500 big blind pot, the biggest pot I ever played in terms of big blinds, but then in terms of money, I wouldn't even say that I've ever came close. And I lose it, like you said, like run it 3 times or run it twice, I lose both, or I lose 3 times. That would sting like hell. You know, so I suppose that would be the same kind of experience for maybe a cash game player as it would be for somebody that satellited into the tournament for basically nothing and ran it up to, 340K. That's pretty sweet. But if that didn't work out, then that obviously be quite bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an incredible result. I don't know how many times Draftganger played that 5K, but it was multiple times. He was playing it every day.
Of course.
I don't want to say it was 10 buy-ins, but it might have been. He was trying to qualify for a few weeks. So, well, you only had 2 weeks to qualify, but he was firing multiple entries on multiple days, so that definitely adds up.
Jesus, yeah.
Especially if it's a 5K. But then I remember seeing him get through. He got through with a large stack, and I was like, I think that secured him a min cash or close to it. I don't know. Some of the structures on GG are strange. So,
what would have been a min cash? Like 1,200 or something like that? 1,100?
More like 12K. I think it was.
Yeah. Sorry, that's what I meant. 12K, 1,300K is what I meant.
I think it was 11K.
Yeah, I mean, if you're fucking 10 buy-ins in, like you said, like that, or 5 plus, then you still have a couple more to make back, obviously. But he obviously ran it up, mate.
Well, I just find it so sick. I was monitoring Lex a lot over the W Coop Draftganger, and I seen Lex have, I think, 5 final tables, some massive results. I think he had a 120K day. He was 90K in the hole before, and somehow he ended up down nearly 100K on the series. It just shows to compete at the highest level over that many days, and that there's over 100 events. It's just so mentally draining, and I take my hat off if I was wearing a hat. Ali raising to 13K. Live poker's where it's at. King's Resort is where you want to play. Play like a king. Live from Rozvadov. It is nice to have someone in the booth to talk about online poker for a few moments, but gotta get back to the action. Luca in the cutoff. He's just got a call in the cutoff. I think if this was a later position, we could just rejam the 8s, but because it's from under the gun, he's just going to call the cutoff. I think this is the superior play. Unless we've got a lunatic raising from under the gun, we could probably elect to jam then at that point.
I'm sure Luca's going to be smart enough to realise that too. I'd say no.
And Vincent loves a good 3-bet. Our Vincent 3-betting with the 9-8 suited. He likes the 9-8. And this is a horrible spot for Luca, because Vincent has essentially committed himself to Luca. Therefore, Vincent's range looking very nutted and strong, kind of like what we saw earlier, Alan, when he committed himself to the Kings. That was Vincent, wasn't it?
It was, to be fair. You had the
Yeah.
ace jack of clubs. Guess the fold.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because Luca thinks that that's going to be way stronger than it is because it looks super strong there. It's an under going to open, a call in the cutoff, and he's squeezing on the button.
Yeah, it's true.
It's a bit light. It does work, but I don't know how much I like it because that under the gun range is going to be very strong, and Luca's flat is meant to be very strong, and it is off 20 bigs there. 8's possibly the bottom of his range. I mean, he might call with the lower pairs to try flop a set or something, but 8's really the bottom of his calling range, maybe 7's.
It's funny you mentioned that the under the gun range is meant to be tight. The amount of times that we've literally saw the opposite of a tight range from under the gun through to like under the gun +2. It's just like not been the case. That's the funny part, no? You've seen like Jack 10, you've seen like 9-7 of hearts. I think we saw maybe that was a little bit later formation. We saw some weird ones, man. We saw some weird ones from under the gun.
Yeah, players definitely out of sorts playing wide ranges. Sometimes don't know what is the correct way to phrase it.
Well, this is the thing.
Getting out of line is what I would usually go for, but it's not so much getting out of line if you've got the chips and you're just putting them to work.
Stepping outside the box.
Stepping outside the box. The name of your first album, if I recall correctly, Alan.
Indeed, yeah.
Juju says, hey, give me money. Why? No, and chat you after, Pat Rafter. I'll give you money when I get my Sunday hoodie. How about that?
The Dior one, yeah? Or Dior?
Yeah, the Dior one, yeah. So, Gianfranco is going to 3-bet to a very small size of 29,000, taking initiative and positional advantage in the hand. Vincent, because it's so little, is going to commit 17k more. He's not going to love it, of course. He's out of position, and Gianfranco playing sub 25 bigs to start the hand. So this should look strong to Vincent, but it's not going to deter him from calling to see a flop. Top pair for Gianfranco. And now, Alan, I think we just want to size. Maybe you don't have to size up or down, just to size it over the 3 streets, unless you want to just bet flop and jam turn, then size up.
I like the idea of a 2-street hand here, personally. Because there's a lot of bad turn cards.
Yeah, that 32k sets up river or turn jam nicely.
Yeah. Not a fan of the check call out of position from Vincent, for what it's worth. I think this is a very clear check fold in the flop, but again, Vincent is full of surprises.
Yeah, I think he could have chirpy chips. He's got so much chips that he just wants to get involved. There were some backdoors working for him, but because that C-bet, not your usual C-bet size, clearly going on the larger size to set up a turn jam, or at least perceived to be that way. Apocalypse says GG is very dodgy in general. Well, it does have a tendency to crash, all right, but definitely the biggest site out there known to man at the moment. I say build all the sites.
Build all the sites.
Yeah. Go ahead, Alan.
No, I was just going to say about GG, man. I haven't played in that site in a long time. A lot of the guys in the stable that I'm a part of, A lot of them are under. It's just the rake is extortionate. That's the problem I have for cash games. It's insane the rake you pay on that site. But obviously the pool is quite soft, so it's kind of part and parcel. But I couldn't play on the site, man. The rake is just insane. Insane.
Yeah, there are pros and cons to every site out there.
There is.
Alessandro raising to 12k here. Luca 3-betting to 28k. Now, you see him 3-betting off 15 bigs here, 16 bigs max.
Size.
A lot of players would just stick this in, including myself. But a man of Luca's caliber is going to 3-bet call this one because he's supposed to have some bluffs here. I don't think this is ever a bluff. It just doesn't look like it would be facing an under the gun open. This looks like it's a very nutted range, Alan. Wouldn't you think so?
No, I agree, mate. I was just thinking in terms of is it better to 3-bet jam or not? And that's the thing. Like it's like you said, if the guy is competent enough, which I'm sure Luca is, to maybe have some of these 3-bet bluffs here potentially, then it's obviously a very nice 3-bet. Probably would be guilty enough myself to just whatever 3-bet jam this as well. What I kind of knew when he made this 3-bet sizing, that his sizing was good in terms of like against the stacks that he has at the moment. You can like if I was in this moment in Kings right now playing, and if I didn't know who Luca was, this would just tell me everything about him with this 3-bet, the sizing wise, like, because I think everyone else was kind of doing like 31, 32, something like that, and he's picking the 28, you know.
Yeah, well, it's just 16k more to call for Alessandro. And I'm all for, I always talk about hands here on the stream, that we should be extracting as much value as we possibly can with hands like Ace King and Ace Queen and get weaker holdings to call and see flop turns and rivers with us when they catch a piece of it, etc. So he is trying to just get it in pre. I think it looks weaker if he just jams.
Yeah. Because obviously that's a very, very polarized range when he 3-bets there, for the most part. You know, it's either probably mostly going to be obviously some premiums, maybe some, whatever, strong ace-x, suited broadways, etc. And then maybe some, I don't know, maybe not offsuit ace-x, a suited ace-x with a low wheel, like ace-4, ace-5 as a bluff. That's what I would think in that spot, like, you know, when he does 3-bet off that stack size. But I agree, there isn't probably many bluffs there, to be fair. But like you said, Dan, if he's meant to, maybe he might find them. Him as a player might find them more often than someone else.
Well, if he is going to find bluffs there, what bluffs do you think fall into that category?
Well, probably like ace-10 suited and ace-jack suited, and then like king-10 suited, king-jack suited, because again, it's you're blocking the value part of the under the guns range, and you're also blocking the continuing range as well. So that's blockers in that regard are quite relevant off that stack size, I'd imagine as well.
So ace-10, ace-jack, king-jack, king-10.
I would say any hand that you 3-bet there that doesn't want to get folded, or doesn't mind getting folded. So stuff like the king jack, you're probably not going to 3-bet call that off. But maybe it's better to just 3-bet jam that. Maybe there's a difference in terms of ranges and how it plays. Maybe it has two sizes there. Maybe it has an all-in sizing, and maybe it just has a 3-bet sizing. This is another way to look at it. It just depends. It just depends. But that's what I would assume. Go ahead, sorry.
Okay, I'm saying he was in mid-position. He
was in mid-position.
It was under the gun, though. It looked like he was right beside it under the gun, or one player over.
I thought it was hijack, yeah, to be honest. It wasn't like under the gun 1 or 2, I don't think.
Yes, okay, so KM, you are correct. He was in mid-position, but I'm trying to say, what hands do you think he has in his 3-bet folding range?
Yeah.
Against the under the gun?
That's what I would assume, anyways. Just whatever hands like king jack, king 10, ace 5, ace 4, something like that.
Well, it makes me sad to fold, say, King Queen.
That's
Like
what I'm saying, man. Maybe it's just
folding.
better. Yeah, maybe it's better to just 3-bet jam them to maximize fold equity, and then if you get called, you might not always be in that bad a shape against some parts of the caller's range. And if you get folds, then that's obviously a good win also. So that's what I'm thinking. Like maybe there is some 3-bet folds there in that situation, and also some 3-bet jams, which I think makes sense.
Yeah, you could throw in some maybe off-suited wheel draws like ace 4, ace 3, ace 4, ace 5 suited hands like that.
Now, you'd find the bluffs pretty easily, It's just the thing is, again, I'm not sure it matters right now in terms of but balance is important there. Like if they knew that you're 3-betting ace 3, ace 4, then they're obviously going to always jam with whatever they have. But that's not going to become a thing. But again, optimally wise, it's hard to say, man. For me personally, I can't say for sure. That's what I would assume though. Is what it looks like, the 3-bet fold range at least.
Yeah, it's very polar. It's nuts or air.
Yeah, big time.
I think it's nice. It's sexy, spicy to see him use ace king like that off 15 bigs, knowing that he could still get a player to 4-bet jam worse. KM says those bluff hands block value range and flip against the under pairs of under the gun open, so jam makes more sense to get additional equity from folds. Hence, he doesn't have those bluffs. He only has value there when he 3-bets. I prefer a flat over a 3-bet. I actually agree with that to a point. It's just until I see him finding the bluffs with the king jack, the king 10, and the hands that Alan mentioned, then I just want to jam pretty much all the time. Not all the time, but the vast majority. I think it just plays better as a jam. But I've been seeing some weird things happening off small stacks, so nothing really surprising me as of late. I say that now and I get shocked by something that'll happen now in a hand or two time.
Exactly. Always when you say it.
Well, as KM says, I'll try not to say it, always a surprise around the corner at Kings.
There you go.
At least once a stream, it has to be said. I usually save that one for the final tables these days.
Probably better off.
Jaxie says he loves the shove there. Yeah, the bottom line is there. That's the last thing I'll say about it. Probably not, but we have to have some bluffs that we're showing to do that. You can't just randomly 3-bet off 15 bigs there. It's just going to look so nutted. Maybe he wanted it to look more nutted than it was. It's just ace king, not exactly it's not exactly a trapping hand.
I'd say if you have ace king suited, it's better to do that with than having ace king off. I think ace king off just prefers better as an all in than ace king suited. Like that's going to play better post flop. Again, I'm genuinely trying to piece together what a range could look like in that exact situation. That you might want to have an all in and then also a 3-bet. But either way, it's for me to guess that, I would only be guessing.
Well, yeah, it's a game of incomplete information, isn't it?
Isn't it?
So 55 players will get paid, 85 players remaining. That means we're 30 eliminations away from the money. Quick maths.
There you go.
Jaxie asked where we're from. I am from the Midlands. Originally from Dublin. Lived in Galway for nearly 10 years. Then I've done a stint in Berlin, Glasgow, and moved home at the start of the pandemic. So a bit multi-culty. Alan, you can tell them all where you're from.
I'm Galway through and through. Didn't mean to curse there, lads. If that's an issue, I apologise in advance. But either way, Jaxie, Galway, bro. Galway, mate. Through and through.
I think we're
Through and
on
through.
the watershed, Alan, but you know, apparently it's a PG channel. Although I don't think your Twitch channel has been too PG. There's a lot of effing and blinding going on there. They've got to call a spade a shovel. Fisher with the set. Checks back. Multiculti, yeah, that's it, yeah. Where are you from yourself, Jaxie? 8 of hearts hits the turn, and now Fisher, I guess he was looking to check raise, and now he's going to lead on the turn. Gianfranco will be loving this.
Imagine raise is the only player here brought to get value from something like this. Just decides to call.
Yeah, well, I think that's just the play. Raising kind of gives up the game. The jig is up if you raise there. I don't think you're raising without a jack in your hand. You can have some bluffs, but it's unlikely.
I think if I was out of position, I wouldn't mind check raising, because if he has some hands like this, I want to try and get value from him. But yeah, man, I do think like majority of the time would just be calling here.
Fisher betting 15k. I like this actually from Fisher, even though we can see it's clearly not going to work. It's just a blockerish type sizing. Sometimes you could get paid by worse. 79k in the pot. So if Gianfranco had a 10 or a one pair hand, he's getting over 5 to 1 on his money.
Question is, do you ever beat Anthony here? That's the real question. When somebody goes like this super small, what do you really beat here? Like, because it's never a bluff.
Yeah, I don't know. I gave up saying never on this channel because 4 deuce of spades springs to mind.
I didn't forget about that anytime soon.
No.
Fold.
Gianfranco will take that one down, win a nice pot. Now playing 44 big blinds. Jaxie says, love the name by the way, Jaxie. He says he's from Navan. Says he went to school with Tommy Tiernan and Hector. And now he's living in Bavaria. He had to move away. There were too much crack.
Too much crack.
New player at the table called Whatever. That's gonna that's gonna make some awkward situations when talking about this player.
As I said, man, I don't know where they pull these names out of sometimes to put on the screen.
I knew Jaxie went to school with both of them. Did you see that for intuition? Mystic Dan is in the house. Predicts these things. And I'm not even a psychic. I swear.
Are you sure?
Well, if I was, then I would have known that he was going to ask where we were from.
Down the rabbit hole we go.
I am into collecting rocks, just not the ones that help me with my star sign.
Yeah.
Astrology!
Yeah. Astrology, yeah.
Well, it's bad luck to be superstitious, but whatever works.
Whatever works, yeah. Whatever floats your boat, as they say.
So you win a ticket for the main with a rock in your pocket, one of these crystals. You go over there and you use it as your card protector, and you win the 10k main for, I don't know, the guts of a mill. Are you ever playing poker without that rock in your possession? So I know I'm not.
Because it was all the rock, bro. It was all the rock.
Yeah.
Rock did all the work, man.
Blinds have gone up. Did we miss something there, Alan? Someone says, what a donkey, shoving 20 bigs in a 3 big blind pot.
Yeah, I think Vincent in the previous hand, he just open ripped from blind v blind. I don't know, was it a raise or did Luca just limp? But he open ripped again, whatever covered Luca's stack. So I think it was like 19 or 20 big blinds. Maybe Luca limped is what happened, because I think Luca had 19 big blinds on the graphics when Vincent shoved all in. I think he had like some random 9-8 off, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, these hands become profitable if you've got all the chips and you're getting close to the money. Expect to see the play slow down significantly, by the way, as we get music to the viewers' ears. But it's just the nature of the beast. It's a $4 payout.
Bit. No, Anna's is saying in chat that it went limp call, or sorry, limp check, and the flop came 7 queen 5, and he just open rips with 6-5 or 20 bigs when Luca checked.
Yeah, well, that's putting a man to the test for all his money.
To put it lightly.
Yeah, Anis says you only get called by better. I totally agree with that, but sometimes it's just about denying equity. You don't want your opponent catching up on turn or river. You just want to take it down here and then. I am in agreement with you that it's a bit of an overkill shoving that much into that size of a pot, but when you've all those chips, you can kind of do what you want.
That is true.
Whatever is in the house raises the 16k off 13 bigs from under the gun +1. And it says, but bet 1 or 2 big blinds. It's clearly just superior play, bro. It's just he just wanted to take down the pot there and then.
That's literally what he wanted to do, and he did it.
Yeah, but if you get called, you're in a lot of trouble.
You're screwed.
Totally
You're screwed.
there.
You're screwed.
Yeah. It's the risk to reward there is not a good ratio.
No. But hey, if it worked, it must be a good play.
So the button is going to call pre whatever is going to take this down with a bet of 13k on Queen 3 Deuce. Normally a board we would be checking range on out of position. Is that correct, Alan?
Seems like it.
Position.
It seems like it. Yeah, yeah. No, sorry, I was just looking at something else on the screen. No, all good.
Well, but on with Queen Jack or King Jack there, should we bet because we block King Queen, we block Queen Jack. We've got some good backdoors. We had the betting lead from under the gun +1. It's going to look very strong. We only have sub 10 big blinds behind. And when we check, we are often blown off our hand.
Yeah, checking back like that is the downside for sure. And like you said, man, just the under the gun range is going to be very, very strong. So I don't see any merit not to.
Someone's telling me that the King Jack lost. Did they check fold?
I'd like to see a replay.
Yeah, hold on a minute. I was sure he bet 13k and took it down. Unless it was just a check fold. The bet was 13k. I might have got that one mixed up. Vincent in the cutoff with King 10 of clubs raises to 30k. King Jack bet small and the ace-8 ripped it all in on the flop. Wow, that was the third option of what I thought happened.
Least possible.
Oh, 3 blue chips left. That's where I see these aren't the chips I'm normally used to commentating on. They are beautiful though. They are the same denominations. Tujani in the small blind here, 26k to call, pocket fours. Vincent really applying the pressure here with almost a 4x open. And it said, Vincent, we're going to make a huge stack, or in 3 hands he is out. Well, he's got a lot of chips. You live by the gun, you got to die by it. And thank you, Macca, for confirming that for us. And Zonk the Bonk saying Macca is right. Chip leader, check shoved. This is why we love having a good group in the Action Army on Twitch. The more hands we can discuss, the better. Macca says easy to see if you look at the stacks, but the graphic is way off. I just call it as we see it, bro. We call the action. That's what we do around here. We call what we see on the screen. I know nothing.
Quite the interesting raise here from Vincent with the 5-4 off then.
Expect to see a lot of this. Whoa, whatever says, whatever's clever, I'm all in. That's a really nice pickup there from whatever. A good intuition there to rejam that one. I'm actually okay with it. I think it's fine, especially against someone raising in the cutoff. I know that probably looks very light, but we do have a king blocker. There's a lot of money up for grabs by just taking it down pre. If we're called, we're not going to be in great shape. Just king 7, but it's very unlikely we are going to get called. And I think it's actually a superior play to rejam there from the big blind than to just call and see a flop.
I would assume that's the bottom of your, if that even is in your like 3-bet jam range. Like I assume like the ace-7 and ace-6 kind of play better there than like king 6 or king 7 off. But like, is king 7 do you think still a jam off like whatever 19-20 effective?
I can't say for sure if I think it is a jam. I've seen some of the high stakes players do that during the WSOP. I don't want to compare everything to what I've seen online, but that is where the game evolves, and that's the extra homework I'm doing to try have the best knowledge each week. But it changes so quick, you know, so often. But the king 7 I would think would be at the bottom. I would rejam a king 8 or king 9, but my whole point was it's better to rejam it than just to call it, because king 7 and below, even though it's only one big blind more to call, it just doesn't play well post flop.
Yeah. All in here.
It is all in and call, yeah. Alessandro with the Jeffries, whatever is clever, has 39% equity. Not bad against the jacks, but won't be liking that flop. Alessandro 4-1 favorite now. Turn is the queen of spades. Whatever, needing an ace on the river.
Oh my god.
Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. There it is,
sick.
Folks. Yow. Ouch.
Nasty.
Sit back down, buddy. What a difference a card makes. He's out the door. He has the jacket on. Now he sits back down. 40 bigs and change. Let's go.
Poker is easy, Dan, no? Get it in bad and win.
It's only easy if you know the answers. He's gone past the Sunday hoodie. He was wearing the Monday jacket, and now he gets to take it back off. Camus is in the house, says car started, yeah.
How is he not like cooking in that jacket, man? That jacket looks really warm, no?
You see, the building itself is so big, Alan, it's hard to insulate the whole place. Like, so that's why you'll see them wearing, even in the summer, can wear jumpers the majority of the time.
That's fair.
Now, I was only there a few years ago while the place was still being built, and I did find it coldish, but nothing that you don't get in Ireland.
Yeah, well, there you go.
As Jaxie says, there's the Barry. I had to stop calling the ace the Barry because one or two people didn't know what I was talking about. So, sadly enough, I had to just go back to calling it an ace.
Good old-fashioned ace.
It has to give you an extra few percent to hit the ace, though, the Barry, when you put on your jacket and start to walk away from the table.
Out the gap.
Anna's asking, is this a 3-day or a 4-day event? So me and Alan are in the booth Tonight, tomorrow, and then all day Tuesday. Spoiled for action the next couple of days. Three-way action to the flop, and it's Vincent betting heavily here, 115k.
Jeez. Man, Vincent, man. Come on now, man. You're gonna go big or go home. This is a bit too much now.
Well, Alessandro getting it in here, of course, from what he's seen, it's not just a mandatory call it off.
No, definitely not.
It's for your tournament. And now, I think the graphics are a bit behind here, Alan. Why they're checking? Oh, Alessandro with the full house. Oh, see, yeah.
Oh, we're after catching up here.
What is going on? Fisher Price says Queen 6. So the story goes. Vincent bet 115k. Alessandro called it off. 15k.
15, I think is right. That's what BVHT is what's saying in chat. It's 15k. No all in, yeah.
Although,
I'm thinking that was correct.
Although we've made it, well, it's not our fault with the graphics, but like it wouldn't be beyond the realm of possibility that Vincent would have bet 115k there. We're just thinking about the player.
Yeah, I thought it was a bit like kind of unorthodox, and like you said, I know Vincent's been doing some pretty random, crazy stuff at times, but clearly that's the line, that's the threshold of him not going that crazy. For now, anyways.
From what I seen there, it looked like the King 10 just stacked off in an instant, and I was like, surely you take your time, or maybe even fold. It's against Vincent. I think I'm punt. I don't want to call it a punt. I think I'd stack off there, but I wouldn't be happy about it.
Escalated so quickly.
Fold all the way around to the small blind. Aces for Fisher.
You limping, Dan?
Yes. Yes.
Absolutely, yes.
If I'm Fisher Price here, I am completing in the small and hoping to God I get shoved on.
Did he raise? He raised, man. Don't know about that now.
It's just the wrong guy to be raising into, because Luca could easily sniff this one out. Now, having said that, there are people that will raise fold into the big blind like this, and it does, again, look like a polarized range. But are we really making it 2.5x into Luca here when he's only playing 12 bigs behind?
Yeah, this is the question, man. I'm very unlikely. Very unlikely. Like, the thing is, man, yeah, the open jam here, maximize fold equity with whatever part of your range, or you limp. I hope he limp jams or whatever the case may be.
That's what we're here for, Alan, asking the hard-hitting questions. And speaking of hard-hitting, Luca with a good shot straight draw, but Fisher will be hating that board, but he does have an overpair. Now, had Fisher just completed in the small, Luca very well might have just jammed.
Yeah.
Pre.
I think so too.
You want to give the opportunity to hands like this to jam at you when you've got a hand as strong as aces. I know that sounds elementary, but it's the truth.
It's the truth, man. But it's that simple as well. Like, it's like, this is not rocket science to try and maximize EV with these sort of hands in these positions. Like, it's just a matter of like being able to do it in game and having the instinct to know when to, you know. I think it looks 10 times stronger him raising like he did. The only thing he did probably right in this hand is open jam the flop. To be fair, no.
I think that's the only move on that kind of a board, though, or the flop 8-7-6 flush and straight draws. For 12k more, it might hit Luca's range. Now, for Luca, I'm not saying he's going to call this, but he does have a good shot straight draw and 2 overcards. Well, he rates to have 2 live cards a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So that's why you're going to see him scratch his head over this one. There's 109k in the pot, and it's just 61k to call. Obviously, we can clearly see at home he's not getting the odds. But it's...
Do you think, on average, that he'll always have 2 overcards here, or do you think most of the time, given how pre-flop went, that Fisher's just gonna have these like really, really strong overpairs? Because if he thinks that he does, then like this should be a snap fold, like surely.
I think it just means I'm going to have to get back in the lab and study players playing under 10 bigs blind v blind to start the hand. Because I don't know what hand that contains an 8, a 7, or a 6 raises to 20k with 60k behind from the small blind. So what if Fisher doesn't have aces here? What does he have that? So you're asking me the question: is his queen live? Is his 10 live? And then
yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
That very well might be the case, but okay. So if the small blind doesn't have an overpair there, what hand does he have that raises to 20k?
That's the question I'm asking, man. So like, it's if that's the case, where it's just always going to be like, you know, 10s plus, we'll say, as an example, which probably will be pretty close to being realistic in practice, no? Then like, if that's just the case most of the time, man, then you don't have 2 overs and you're just getting a worse price again when you have less outs. Again, like that, man, I get to think about it on the flop in terms of maybe I can stack off here, but equity wise, given what the small blind has, I don't think it's ever going to be close at all.
Anis actually makes a good point there. So the only hand he beats there is Jack 10 suited. Or well, he didn't say suited, but Jack 10 off might. Yeah. But we blocked that, so.
Yeah, that's obviously less combos of him having whatever. I forget the combo he had specifically, but yeah, there's less combos when we obviously block that. So again, that's less likely he has that again. Like that's the only combo that we potentially beat that he plays that way. I still think that doesn't limp. It doesn't raise like that pre-flop. Like that's the big data point there, man. The pre-flop action, in terms of what you think the opponent's range looks like. He min-raised at whatever size he did from the small blind.
I think it eliminates a lot of 8x, 7x, and 6x from his hand, and therefore our queen and 10 don't seem so live anymore. When you would expect hands like ace 10, ace jack, ace queen, ace king to just jam pre.
Yeah. And it's a simple strategy to play as well, man. And it seems like the most efficient one too.
Oh dear.
Got a spot here though.
We've got action. Ali raises to 16k. Alessandro 3-betting to 42k. Fisher Price on the button. 13 bigs. Ace king of hearts.
In the middle, boy. In the middle.
Let's go. What a fun tournament this is so far.
What a fun tournament indeed.
It's a 50-50. Queen 9 deuce. Alessandro 2-1 favorite here. 1 heart on board. Turn is the 8 of clubs, and now things looking bleak for Fisher. Needs help on this river or he will be eliminated. It's no good for the ace king. Alessandro will scoop those chips and win a nice pot. 20 players remaining now.
I was nearly expecting to see an ace on the river there.
Twice in the one orbit would be a bit overkill, but hey, it wouldn't be the first time.
No, sir. Apocalypse said it isn't online, Alan. You got a point, Apocalypse. You got a point.
That's why you're in the executive committee, Apocalypse.
Exactly. Yeah, he stayed in the seat, that's why he did the ace, didn't he?
Boys are doing our job first here, Alan. I think we should
Literally.
let them in. It's great to see it. But
Indeed.
I do believe that's one more elimination, so there's 75 players remaining, which means you're 20 players away from the Moo-La-La. And when you've played probably for several days already trying to get into day 2, you want to get that $4 cash secured in your belly. Now, Ali raises to 16k and Lucas shoving for 11 big blinds total, 70k more for Ali. I think he's going to have to fold this one, but it is really close. If he called, I wouldn't blame him. He knows Luca is capable of rejamming light, and he is a really good player, so he's going to have a condensed range. But I think we'd want to be getting really out of line for Luca to be shoving here to make this profitable. I used to call here all the time, and then I realized over time there's just way better spots.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that strongly. I think this is a pretty standard fold. I was going to ask, like, in terms of, like, if we do call here, what are we really ahead of? Like, maybe some king queen, king jack suited. That's about it, I guess. That's going to 3-bet jam in these formations. Or not 3-bet jam, but like 3-bet call it off.
My rule online, I know we're not playing online, okay, Apocalypse, but it was to never really raise fold to a 10 big blind stack with a hand like ace 10, even if I raise from early position. But as I got older, I realized, you know, I can't be so stubborn to think, like, even against a tight player, my rule was, well, I don't want them to see that I'm capable of raise folding to a 10 big blind stack. And now it couldn't be further from GTO or whatever the case may be, because chips are just so valuable in tournaments, especially in live. You can, like I said earlier, you can't just load up another run close to the money. And that 80k now, oh, I lost 80k, but I had a $500,000. It's still nearly 20% of your stack, and blinds go up. Yes, you're playing 1 hour blinds, but that 100k could come in very handy if you find yourself short stacked.
Exactly. Just have to be patient, bro. No, as well for these sort of things.
Yeah, I'd call with the suited variety. I might fold ace 8 suited. I might call ace 9 suited. I might even fold ace 9 suited, but that could be pushing it. I definitely call ace 10 suited plus.
Yeah. Definitely agree with that as well.
If we're going to call with an ace 9, I like calling ace 10 because we block, or we're going to be dominating the king 10 and the queen 10 suit, but they probably don't even rejam. So
yeah,
I think ace 9, ace 10 suited, I think we call, and then we fold the ace 9, and I don't think I open ace 9 from there if it's not suited anyway.
No, I fully agree with all that, mate. 100% for me.
I'm patting myself on the back here, Alan.
Kudos, Dan. Kudos, mate.
Maybe my back is just sore.
It's probably both, to be fair.
Yeah. A lot of weight on those shoulders. 7 of hearts hits the river. Alessandro calling the 15k on the turn. And now Vincent going to bet 60k as a bluff. I think this is it's a really nice hand to do it with. We can get some ace high type hands to fold, or a pair like the one Alessandro has.
Are you flicking it in?
I think it's bad board to call off here with sixes.
I think I would call. I think I would call sixes with a club here. I don't even know how relevant that is. Like, I just think if it's Vincent, man, it's just like this is gonna be over bluffed like crazy because it's Vincent. Like, it's just like just call, just see what happens.
I think it's a great it is a great call because we unblock some straight draws that missed that we'd want our opponent to have.
I missed the flop action. What happened on the flop? Did they go check flop? I know when check on the turn.
There was a 15k bet on the turn and a call.
It was a 15k bet in the turn. Okay.
Yeah. He check called the turn and check called the river.
Makes it even nicer again.
Yeah.
Makes it even nicer again. Like if that went like check on the turn, I'd be way more inclined to call or call more quickly. Like calling the after the turn bet in the river, that gets a lot more closer for sure. But again, like that man, if it's against Vincent, man, he's like going to be bluffing like crazy. And I think the sizing he used on the river as well is going to be, again, I know it's not online, but that sizing by recreationals or guys that are a little bit splashy is very, very overbluffed, that sizing on rivers.
Yeah, I didn't think he was going to make that call when I said it. And if we have King Queen, we have to bluff. So we have to be indifferent there. If our opponent wants to make a great call with sixes, then so be it.
I was going to say that calling sixes with a club or any pocket pair with a club, under the jack, we'll say like 3 through 9s there. Calling the pocket, the ones with a club as a justification of overcalling potentially against Vincent, like, and then maybe fold the other ones without. I think that's fair.
That makes sense. I just didn't expect to see him call with the sixes on the river. Do you think Vincent should be making a bigger sizing? But then it looks more bluffy.
Well, just to clarify, the flop check through, or is that what happened?
Yeah, I believe it went raise pre, check flop, check call turn, check call river.
So like, Vincent is basically saying there he has like some form of a jack, But there's an all in here actually, just looking at it now.
All in and call, yeah, 232k in the pot. Vincent with king, jack of diamonds, Tujani way out in front. Turn is the queen of clubs, and Tujani set to double up unless Vincent gets lucky on the river. River is the 4 of hearts. Tujani will sit back down, now playing just under 30 big blinds. Vincent still playing a very comfortable 66 BBs. Yeah, I'm liking how much in-depth analysis we're going with these hands, man. Just every street we're getting to the nitty-gritty of it all.
That's the thing with me, man. It's just I go off in a tangent. It's like if I go like start talking about a hand, and its ideas bouncing back and forth, and both our thought process and whatnot, I could spend the next half an hour and I wouldn't feel the time going. That's the way I am when like you said, when you kind of get into the nitty gritty and you kind of get into a flow state conversation as well alongside that, it's just an hour is just gone out of nowhere, man, or just like time just flies basically.
Yeah, it's well, you came to the right channel, Alan. You were requested many times.
Nice.
I'll hand in my resignation now on Monday, or well, Wednesday. But sure, one thing we do have with these 3-day events there, we've got time. We can talk about hands, and the more we get the chat talking about hands, the better. The more we grow the channel. There's enough time where it's hard to kill the dead air because there's just not a lot of things being talked about, and that's why it's just great to be really getting in depth on every street. But I see what you're saying. We're still talking about a hand that happened 3 hands ago, and you got
literally, yeah.
But it just shows how exciting the tournament is, that we've so much to talk about.
For sure.
Vincent with the min in the hijack, and Tujani going to call on the button with ace 10. Jeez, he's betting very fast.
Our Vincent. Oh, brilliant.
I don't even know if he's meant to bet that flop out of position there.
With the yeah.
The ace-9.
I think it's fine, man, given how that board interacts with his supposed opening range. You know, King Jack 9.
Yeah, it's hard to continue once we check then.
Yeah. I mean, against a bigger size, and yeah, without backdoors, because I don't think we only had the pair of 9s there. Personally, myself, I would check call depending on the sizing, and if I think it's worth calling, let's say I'd mostly just call like versus small sizes, I guess, if I did decide to check. And the other thing is as well, if we bet that board, we're probably never going to get raised ever, because how strong our range is on that board as well. The in-position player should never be raising that often. So I think if that's the case, where they're not going to raise that often, then betting most of the time on that board in particular is not going to be a bad play, because people might overfold some hands. Like that ace-10 is interesting because that's probably still supposed to peel. It's the other thing.
Yeah, and it's the saying there as well. It goes without saying that the button has all the King Jack and the Queen 10s, but an overall range there, I think we can be one and done, and we have to play very cautiously on turn and river. I mean, it's not exactly Vincent's way, but if we bet the flop, then we kind of get our information. We can get a lot of small pairs to fold, maybe some other ace X type holdings, but it is very draw heavy and definitely going to smack the perceived button defending range pre.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever.
I think if you want to just check range out of position the vast majority of the time, man, it's not going to be a bad mistake in terms of EV for your ranges. Most of the time, anyways.
Well, I think with the dynamic and getting closer and closer to the money, that he just decided to bet it anyway.
Yeah.
But if he was the one if the shoe was on the other foot, and he was I know he doesn't even wear shoes, he wears sandals, but if the shoe was on the other foot, and he was the short stack, then he probably would go into check call mode on that flop.
Yeah, again like that, man, it's another interesting spot. It was only the one bet on the flop, but here we are 5 minutes later, probably talking about the same hand.
Banana Man Spanky is asking, is it cold in Rosvedov? No, well, it is getting into the winter months. The spring cleaning and the summer dusting is behind us.
Banana thing in chat, man. Jay Whiz.
Well, the lads could bring you up to speed though, but there's a famous guy who plays at Kings called they call him the Banana Man. I'm not sure if that's the same Banana Man, but he's known for playing the banana hand. Johan, could you fill us in there slightly, or maybe the Banana Man himself will fill us in? But if it is the same guy, then we have royalty in the chat, because he is a legend. He has his own jumper in the King's Resort.
Jesus.
Chiquita, they call him Chiquita Banana, because he's always playing crazy banana hands.
This is a different banana.
Yeah, I didn't think the original Banana Man would be in the chat. I'd say he's at a cash table somewhere with a banana hand.
Chiquita massage.
He owns Queen's, the massage shop, right beside King's.
Brilliant.
You couldn't write it. What a fantastic story. I very much like to meet this guy again. I met him the last time I was there, alright, he was at my table. He's like a Humberto Brenes kind of a character, Alan. He just starts screaming out of nowhere and standing up, like...
Character.
I can't really do it justice unless you're there. Anyway, this pot spiraling out of control. Vincent with an all-in on the turn has got caught. I wouldn't say he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. It's an unfortunate situation, especially when he's playing that aggressive. He's not going to be able to get away from this hand. Gianfranco calls him off. River is the three of spades, and that is a significant shift in momentum. Vincent sending a considerable portion of his stack in the other direction. And it has to be said, Alan, I feel like he could have chose different sizings and controlled the size of that pot.
I think that's a gross understatement. Crazy how the pot got so big.
Yeah, it was a nice check back though on one of the streets there from the Italian.
Yeah, but even checking back the turn, even checking back the flop like that, man, it's like even checking back the flop like that, it's there never should be an all-in on the turn, like ever. Do you know what I mean? Ever that should happen. No, that hand was just all wrong. But when you're playing like that, you can't fold then because your range is gone. You've no respect left. Oh, zero.
You've no respect left, and you kind of have to go with your hand because no one's going to believe you anyway. But yeah, he definitely could have lost a lot less there.
A lot less, bro.
Iko Wawa says Chiquita Banana is the most famous fish in Kings. Is he not more of a monkey than a fish if he loves his bananas? I've never seen a fish eating a banana.
Clearly we haven't met this lad.
Yes, a fish in one hand and a banana in the other.
Aye.
Oh God. Like a Donkey Kong. Quack quack, says Franco. Min raising over 60 bigs to start the hand. And that's enough to take down the blinds and antes, adding 20k to his stack. Not much better thing you could be eating than a banana if you're playing poker. Slow release of energy. It's a good strategy. You might get potassium poisoning though if you're eating them on the hour. Player down.
Player down.
Yeah, I've seen the comments. All right.
That's what I'm laughing at. I'm sorry. Oh my God, brilliant.
Great to see the chat buzzing on Sunday night. Usually people doing their own thing on Sundays. So great to see so many of you tuning in wherever you're tuning in from. Whatever clever raises the 16k to hijack with Jack 10 of diamonds, and I think this is a golden opportunity for Luca to shove it all in. Whoa. I think this is too tight from Luca. I don't think it's horrific or anything. I just think it's a good opportunity to re-steal. Yes, we are less than 20 players away from the money, but he might think whatever is going to be opening very tight into Vincent in the small blind. But I still don't, and Gianfranco in the big, but I just don't think it's a good enough reason to fold the sevens.
Yeah, bit on the tighter end, all right, mate. Can see where you're coming from with that breakdown.
It's just so hard to get a pair. You catch a pair, like there was already, what, 40k out there for the taking, I think, between the blinds, the antes and the raise. So that's...
Yeah, it's worth something.
Well, if you get it taken down uncontested there, it's 40% you've added to your stack. Like,
yeah.
And
not even
if
up
you
for
are
debate,
called, yeah, if you're called, the chances you're against the higher pair are pretty slim. I like those odds.
Me too.
Vincent gonna call for 14k small. Interesting. Raised to 57k from Gianfranco.
Pretty quick call.
Do you like this raise from the big blind, Alan?
Definitely like the raise. I don't know if I like the call, if I'm honest with you. Probably still have to call one though, but other than that, yeah, probably just check folding here now if I face another bet. I think what's going to happen.
It's just calling is not the worst in general, but we're out of position and
you
don't even know how good your hand is if another club drops.
Exactly.
Like, what's the plan here? He didn't even think about the plan on future streets, just chucked it in.
Yeah. He's chasing.
No. He's not calling.
Oh, this is bad.
Oh dear.
Bad. It's the blow up. He gets there. Well, he was ahead anyway, technically.
And that's not an amazing card for Gianfranco to rep, because a lot of two pairs and straights get there now for Vincent. Oh, Alan, with 500k in the pot here. Let me know what you think in the chat here, folks. Is he going to fold or call? I think he's going to tank call it off here. He can only really be a bluff.
How often is Gianfranco going to be bluffing here, man? Like, it was multi-way on the flop. It was a bet and a raise and a call. He does fold. I'm not surprised he folded.
I'm surprised he didn't call.
But like, do you know what makes that hand worse? It's like he calls the flop, which is kind of up for debate. I don't mind the call on the flop, but I'd probably fold myself. The turn call was a big error, right? But the problem is you make a questionable call on the flop, you make a bad call on the turn, you actually improve on the river, and then you fold.
Yeah, because even if you can hit a jack and you're hoping it goes check.
Literally, yeah. And it's probably not going to happen that often, because when somebody's that aggressive on a monotone texture, usually they're going to bet three streets, whether they're bluffing or not. Most times they ain't going to give up, especially because it's such a strong line from Gianfranco, like a really strong line, that like you should never, like as I said, flop I think is okay. As I said, given it was multi-way, I would probably fold the jack of clubs, but you cannot fold the turn. You cannot call the turn out of position there.
Yeah. Calling the 84k on the turn there without any real plan for the river it's nearly half your stack.
Yeah. And like you said countless times already, Dan, throughout the stream, like having chips, having this extra 50k, having this extra 20k, 40k, whatever the number is, man, if you start getting short at some stage, that's the times you remember when you lost chips silly like.
Yeah, I always remember hands. Oh, I could have lost, I don't know, 5 big blinds less than that hand, and then another one. Next minute, I double up, and it's all forgotten about. So, it's so easy to beat yourself up about every decision in game, but you've got to just move forward every hand. Having said that, Vincent did have over 600k, right?
Not anymore.
Well, so to lose 400k, that's 50 big blinds at the current blind level. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a big stack, all right.
It's like people might not even have 50 big blinds throughout the whole tournament, and he lost that in the space of like 5 hands. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, we just have to call it as we see it.
Yeah.
Well, Vincent wins one.
Momentum back in his favor, bro.
It's so disheartening when you're bullying the table and lose a chunk like that. Like I said earlier, like from the studying I've been doing, it's been shown that just because we have X amount of big blinds, like, I don't know, 70 to 120 bigs, for example, doesn't mean that we have to just start opening loads of hands. Now, it is a little bit different around the bubble. That's important to note. I'm more talking about when we are last 3 tables of these big tournaments, and we really try to push forward with these huge chip stacks. But winning chips at that stage is nowhere near as advantageous as losing chips. Trying to accumulate more chips is no good when we can lose so much, is what I'm trying to say.
No, I agree. You just don't need to put yourself in some positions that you just literally do not need to be in. Like out of boredom as well is what that is. You know, you can be like, if you're patient, you will always wait for a hand, whether you have a stack or not. It doesn't bother you. But like people that get out of line like that, I reckon they just get really impatient, and they're just like, you know what, F it, I'm just gonna open it this time because I can, instead of realizing, well, is this actually a plus EV play? May or may not be. But yeah, interesting spot here, no?
Dula with the aces, about to say that. We've got action to Jani in the small. So you're giving me so much insights. I'm trying to take it all in while we're getting spoiled for action here. To Jani with the rejam. I thought it was Vincent that had the aces just for a moment. I was like, oh my god, it's all going to be forgotten about now. He's going to have over 500k again, but it is all in and call, and not a good spot here for Tujani. 2 10s. He's done everything right. Maybe you could make an argument for just calling from the small this close to the money, but I still think it's going to be way superior to rejam. Jack 5-5 is the flop. Problem with rejamming there is Jula is raising off whatever amount of big blinds that was, like just over 20, so it is going to be quite a strong range, I think.
No, I agree with that as well.
It's all player dependent. What do you can't fold a hand as strong as 10s. You could opt to just maybe see a flop, but going post flop out of position, not ideal with 2 10s.
No, I think so too. Nice double up nonetheless, no?
Sexy. The 10s. Well, it is, yeah. Getting aces this close to the bubble, adding 109% to your stack.
Yeah. Looks good.
It's a golden moment for your tournament. You'll remember that one.
That's true. I was going to say, because he's basically guaranteed himself a cash here by doing that, by that happening, to be fair, no? That's more or less the reality of it, like.
Yeah, it's worth a few bob.
Yeah.
To win that hand for sure. It's terrible when they spike the 10. That is the game we love and hate. More love than hate, but Vincent is going to limp in the hijack. He's mixing things up, Alan. He's just calling. He's so unfortunate here that he's run into a big hand, because I don't see him folding pre. I believe that he's limping here to call, so you make sure he can see a flop in position, preferably. Oh,
whatever.
Dear. Oh, SpaghettiOs. So Ali's raised to 38k. Whatever is all in for 160, and we are off to the races once again.
Good luck, man.
Big moment here for both players. 17 players away from the money. It is an ace in the window, followed by a queen and a 6. Turn is the 9 of diamonds. Never easy.
No, sir.
A lot of outs to dodge now on the river for Ali. He does dodge them though. Now playing 650k, and whatever has been eliminated in 72nd place. We are going to go on a break in 1 or 2 more hands, folks, and then we will be coming back and playing the last level of the night, as far as I can tell. So last level will be 5k small blind, 10k big blind with a 10k big blind running ante. It's 5, 10, 10. Delighted that we're going to get one more level in. Although I would expect the play to... It hasn't really slowed down. Players are acting pretty fast tonight. I don't want to jinx it.
Oh, there actually hasn't been. There's none that I remember that much of either, mate, to be honest. Like, it's been pretty efficient, like, which is great to see, you know? I prefer it this way.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it just means we're getting more hands in. So we've done 4 hours of commentary now, and we've got 80 hands in, which is about average. It's about 20 hands an hour, which is sound. Sometimes that can be down at 15 or less, so that adds up. You do that throughout a 10-hour day, you're down a full what, 2 to 3 orbits if you add it up, and that's even more over the course of a few days. So whoa, Vincent not hanging around there, just wanting to put an end to it. Yikes, that is a dangerous behavior. Someone like Vincent at your table, though, can be very hard to play against, because they're not... It's very hard to get to see flops, turns and rivers. Well, maybe not so much the flop, but turns and rivers, if they keep applying pressure, you have to really just wait until you have a That's your strategy.
Pretty much. Pretty
Nut
much.
pedal if you can. Sooner or later, they're going to blast off. So this will be the last hand before a 15-minute break. Just under 15 minutes. I think I'm going to have myself a nice midnight tea.
I'm just getting flashbacks of this situation when I played a satellite years ago, man, in a blind be blind situation where I just went AWOL in the big blind, trying to bluff some lad for no reason.
Well, it's all a learning curve, Alan. And on that note, I'm going to put on the kettle. We'll be right back.
Indeed.
Eight of diamonds flashed. Sean Deeb snap mucking the Queen 8. Timothy Adams gonna click call with the pocket fives. He is flipping.
Maybe this is what
Chat, I will catch up with you after this hand.
some of the all-ins and
all-in and calls.
5 away
I mean, it's been pretty fast-paced.
from either being down to 4.
Like, as a spectacle.
what did you have?
Don't give him all, but don't fucking tell him.
Perfect spots? Oh, wow. I mean, I had naked sixes, like sixes, the worst. I mean, the way my range plays is like the worst pair, and it's just like, yeah. Are they gonna deal the turn? I mean, it's just like a nasty spot. Sure. That was such a long.
Sweaty turn card. Open, looking for a 6, 8, 10, or a king to eliminate Timothy Adams, and it's the King of Hearts on the river. One of the best players in the world, Timothy Adams, fresh off of his 100k victory here just a couple of days ago, comes up short in bracelet event number 11, 5th place for 159,000 euros.
Like 2.3?
2 million back.
Thanks.
Right? 4.6. 2,060,000 back. If you want it.
All in?
He does announce all in with the A6.
The card, and then I'll have to look at the other one.
See what D-Nex wakes up with.
That's probably coming. Let's see what the other one is. Why is it always ugly? Oh, never mind. That's plenty. Plenty good against this man. He goes only with 947. I saw him before. Huh? You saw him before. Okay, I'm all in.
D-Nex makes the call, cards on their backs.
Oh, he has an ace? How do you get an ace?
Ben Heath.
Remember what we were saying about best hand? Let's have the worst hand win.
Came into this final table as chip leader.
Yeah, have a good hand. That shoves. Yeah,
Been a bit up and down if he can hold here.
He would have shot. He would fold A6 off for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Play suited.
He will stop Daniel Negreanu right in his tracks on winning bracelet number 7.
Where's the spiel about the best hand winning now?
That's what I reversed it. Like, let's forget all that.
To the flop, ladies and gentlemen, and it is a king in the window. Trip kings for Daniel Negreanu.
It's not over yet.
hunting bracelet number 7 and in great shape to get the double here. Needs to fade the running Broadway of running clubs, and Ben Heath is dead on the turn. Would you believe? Chat, is history about to be made here in Rozvadov? Daniel Negreanu doubles up to 20 big blinds. Wow, blind v blind. Sam Grafton 5 cards away from being up to 8 million in chips and number 99 of this final table.
Are you rooting for me?
No.
You're too professional. You're too professional.
Yeah, no, I want to see a 7 right in the door.
Too much.
Nicky P being honest, saying he wants to see a 7 right in the door. If Squiddy can hold here, he's going to have over 30 big blinds. Needs to fade a 7. And now needs to fade a 6 or a jack. 7 would give him the straight. Adams going from 3 to 7 outs.
I wish you called them the Kings.
10 on the turn. Now giving Adams some chop outs. Queen of Spades on the river. And Sam Grafton, ladies and gentlemen,
Somebody's gambling around.
now up to 8 million in chips, looking for his first bracelet.
Okay, we have 2 million, 3.5, 6.
But I always liked both. What I used to do when I started my career is I played cash as my job. That's to pay the bills. And then at night, I would go play these like nightly tournaments at dessert.
Right.
So I was playing 10, 20 limit hold'em, making about $45 an hour.
Yeah.
You know, and then I would go play these $20 tournaments with rebuys at night because I enjoyed them, right? But it wasn't like something that I looked at as like, oh, that's a stable living, right? Like without the cash game come, tournaments are nuts.
Yeah.
It's much more difficult.
That makes a lot of sense.
So like I would stick with, I mean, I don't know how your brain works in terms of like learning 2 things at the same time or how much it would sacrifice, but like if cash games is where you make the majority of your money, I would, you know, still do that and then like, you know, sleep into tournaments.
That's what I've seen a lot of the guys do, and it's crazy because like I'll cover you guys, you know, like anything higher than like a 10k, and I'll feel extremely comfortable in my knowledge and understanding of what you guys are trying to achieve. That's obviously a blanket statement, but you know, from a surface level.
Yeah.
And I do love tournaments, I do, but for me, I've just always treated poker like a lifestyle business.
Well, if you play cash, like most cash players that are good, that play deep, like playing tournaments is easier, except when it gets short.
Yeah.
So like you'll have an advantage deep
at the start,
right?
Yeah.
You know, when it's more like a cash game.
Yeah.
And then you'll just have to learn the nuances of like, you know, playing really Indian spots and, you know, ICM and boring stuff like that.
That makes sense.
Boring, but obviously really important if you're playing for money.
Yeah.
You're printing right now.
Den fullfoldet är ett sånt andra kolsalt vid det.
You're bleeding hard.
Strain is
Back to the normal hands.
pressure on the nervous system.
Normal range is like
Normal range. Normal hands.
This is the way I understand it.
Heads up.
Ah, Patrick, huh?
What do you guys use the app for the sleep? What is that?
No, Whoop.
Ah, what is it?
Whoop fitness tracker.
Tracks your sleep. I was tracking myself until I was not tracking.
You stopped sleeping?
I had some good numbers on sleep.
Terrible numbers.
For 8?
Stand up, boys are in. Catch the stand up, boys.
90% range.
How much is the bet? 4,800 you said?
Na, wenn sie so spielen, muss ich so spielen. Was soll ich tun?
Yummy, yummy.
Hab genau gewusst.
Heads up is where I shine. Quote,
Shape them between the stand up guys.
You're printing right now. For sure.
Ja, am Turn foldet er jetzt und der andere callt halt wieder.
You're bleeding hard. Check.
Heads up is your game.
Hmm?
Heads up is your game.
No, no. I was just repeating what Patrick said.
Check.
One thing good about this hand between us is that now you cannot complain.
Let me
anymore.
see.
Never?
Never. At least until I fuck you. One time.
What do you want to do? Say it.
Win,
People are
win,
listening.
win a hand against
What do
you.
Oh, now.
Oh, baby.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Stream is off.
I came to play this stream yesterday and Yusuf immediately started trolling me. Yeah, you lost the quads, you lost the quads. You remember, Yusuf? Well, yesterday when we started to play, you're immediately, you're the guy that lost the quads.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I lost 2 quads today as well.
Oh. Where's the handkerchief?
I need a cake. I need a big cake, a chocolate cake.
What's up, man? How you doing, man? My brother from...
Sleep? No?
Not to sleep.
Seriously?
What do you mean sleep? What is sleep? I have blockers, man. Look at the ace. I have an ace. You don't have 3
Oh my
aces.
god. So I pay.
I called because I wanted to not lose the stand-up game.
All right, folks, we're back. Cards are about to be in the air for the last level of the night. You heard the man, small blind 5k, big blind 10k with a 10k, running big blind ante, that's 5, 10, 10. We've got 2 new players at the table. With 69 players remaining now, which means we are 14 eliminations away from the money. We have Dominic in seat 9 from Poland and seat 4 Christian from Bulgaria. Both players playing 30 big blinds or less.
Luke is still chipping away, Dan.
He is indeed.
Chipping away.
I've got a nice tea here in front of me now. There's a little bit of a tickle in my throat. I'm trying to preserve my voice if it's going to be a marathon, not a sprint. It's funny because a few times I've been close to not losing my voice, but I'm like, right, I need to pace myself because I'm on my own to boot and it's going to be a long few days. But always when I think it's about to go, it seems to be, I have like honey and lemon that really helps.
Yeah, that's usually quite good for it, I think, isn't it?
It's grand, yeah. I try to have it as the last thing I have before bed. And pistachios, of course, for the melatonin. Very good for helping me sleep, especially when on a Sunday night, man. I just wake up then on the Monday and I'm ready to go for a long day. Sunday is always kind of, I wouldn't say it drags on. It's a different vibe. Usually Mondays when we're playing at the final table, there's so much more spots to talk about. You know, people have lives. There's events on all over the world. It's been the summer, so sometimes it can be a bit of a lull in the chat, but not tonight. They must like us, Alan. We must be doing something right. 653 is the flop here.
Indeed.
I give myself and yourself a backhanded compliment. Self-praise is no praise.
Indeed, this is true.
I believe we're to have some form of a heat wave this week, but I've heard this one before.
In saying that, man, that was like 19 degrees today. I don't know if you saw it in the fucking thing, like anything like that. 19, 20 degrees today, man. Coming into
There
what?
was
The
no
first, second
sun.
week in October.
There was no
Yeah,
sun
that's
though. It
true.
was just hot.
That's true. Yeah. Very humid, like.
Yeah,
Very, very humid.
indeed. So the average stack is now just under 40 big blinds, 14 eliminations away from the money. Now, Luca, for chip, we could shove this on the button, but you got exactly 10. We can go with Queen 5 suited plus.
Oh.
But
Messing around,
with,
Vincent.
Yeah, with Vincent behind you, I think we could just fold the Queen 6 suited. We're not playing for chip. He's going to get a better opportunity. I'm not sure what the bottom of my Queen suited range for jamming there would be, but it wouldn't be too much higher than the Queen 6. I think Queen 8, Queen 9. I don't know with Vincent behind, like he will gamble for half your stack or half his stack. It's only 10 big blinds to him. Now, having said that, it will be for about half his stack. But if we had two very tight players in the blinds there, I think we could make a strong argument for shoving Queen 5 suited plus.
I can agree with that.
We're still 14 eliminations away, and the blinds are more than likely they will hit us again. So, although we want to be getting into the money, we do only have 10 bigs. It is so sexy to just add 2.5 bigs to our stack there instead of letting the blinds hit us again. And then we're in that 6 to 7 big blind zone. Or 7.5. At most. Ali, go ahead.
I was going to say, I still think he has time, Luca, for quite another orbit or two at least. That's before he has to make any drastic decisions. But yeah, it's a close one with the Queen 6 nonetheless, man. I was just thinking about it while you were talking.
Yeah, well, what I've been learning about the shoving ranges or even opening ranges from the button, we don't want to have a 5, 4, or 3 or a deuce in our hand because we unblock. We want our opponents to have all them combinations of the 5x hands, the 4x hands, the 3x hands, and the deuce x hands. So therefore, I think Queen 6 suited plus is plus chip seems like it's the way to go, and maybe we have to be a pip or two tighter considering we are this close to the money.
That's true as well. Makes sense.
Every day is a learning day.
True that.
Now, Len Duschkamp, he was... Geez, that's reminding me of that soccer player, Burkamp. But
yeah.
I've seen him at the feature table before. He's one to watch out for. I believe he's got some cashes on his hand in mob. I think I've seen him make a deep run. It's hard to remember every face. But in an event like this, the bigger buy-ins, a lot of the remaining players will be well accomplished and well able to play the game. They won't be phased too much. But you do get a few corner creepers creeping around the corners.
Lurkers.
It looks like the chat has momentarily deserted us. This does happen around midnight.
Just got MIA.
I told you it happens around the last few levels sometimes. Anna's asking what was the starting stack. It's usually 50k. It might have been a little bit more because it's the main. Plenty of chips is the answer.
Yeah, I'd imagine this was. I'd say this was. I don't know, man. What, 500 big blind starting stacks, possibly, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be like just really mega deep.
Yeah.
At the start for 1 hour blinds as well. I'd imagine it's something like an Irish Open-y kind of a structure, although you only have 30,000 starting stack in that.
What did the blind start at there for the Irish Open as an example?
That was just the tournament I picked because it was the closest thing I could think of. I thought of Ireland. And it's a 1k, I think.
1k, okay.
It wasn't fit, it was just 30k starting stack and it was starting at 100.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah,
deep enough
has
regardless.
Confirmed. It was 50k.
Okay.
Pat myself on the back again. 2 for 2, boys.
2 for 2, eh?
Picking up the action here on the turn. Lennart limping pre. Or completing pre. And he's now betting a sizable 39k. I like that he's sizing up here. Going to get paid by 10x hands, Jack X hands, maybe backdoor clubs, a straight draw. And Ali with 2 pair in the big. Think we just want to call again.
Yeah, I like call as well here. Don't see any Martin raising at all.
Did he bet the flop, Alan? I was answering the 50k question.
I'm nearly sure he did, yeah. I think this went limp pre.
Yeah, no, he definitely completed in the small, but I just was wondering if he bet. I think he bet small on the flop.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think it makes
the
more
pot
sense
size
than
was
checking.
the pot size was 90k or something like that on the turn, so I'd imagine a bet went in on the flop.
And now he's getting not a great spot here for Lennart with top pair. I hate this.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very strong, I'd say. I assume that graphic is incorrect again in terms of 3-bet. This isn't a 3-bet, this is just a raise, I believe.
Yeah, the bet was 39,000. This is a raise to 110,000.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't. Did I miss a check raise or something like that? That's why I was unsure.
The problem
this is gonna be...
for Lennart is if he calls here, he's going to be faced with a very difficult river decision the majority of the time. So he decides to just let it go now. Now that might look like he's getting run over a bit, and there are hands that Ali could do that with, but if you really break it down, it's just a very nice fold.
I think so too.
But if we are going to fold to the raise there, then should we just check call the turn?
There's definitely merits to it. The thing is, right, I don't mind betting that turn, knowing that if I ever get raised, I know it's the easiest fold of my career. Do you know what I mean? So if that's the case in that situation, if he bets king 6 there and always gets raised at some point, then he knows he's going to be miles behind where he can just fold. But if it's like you said, he still has 10x, he still has jack x, he still has like queen x, backdoor clubs, still loads of worse hands I can call, man. So I don't mind bet folding that because, as I said, 9 times out of 10, if you ever get raised in that spot, it's going to be a relatively strong range. You know, 2 pair plus or something like that.
Yeah, really well said there, Alan. Honestly, a very similar thought process on that hand.
Nice.
But you'd see a lot of people just calling the turn there, hoping the river's going to go check, check. But the reality is, when they raise that turn, they can have bluffs, of course, but a lot of the bluffs are semi-bluffs, and it's not the ideal spot in the tournament to raise there with just a semi-bluff. Surely you just want to continue calling.
There's just a lot of bad rivers too, and that's the thing, like you said, man. If it's going to be the case where the bulk of their, raising range in terms of bluffs is going to be like semi-bluffs, as you said, there's a lot of dissonance on rivers between like, Jesus, I don't know what to do here if I face a bet, and oh my God, this is a really bad river card. Yeah, there's just loads of bad situations. I don't really see any positives there. The only positives I can see is that if it was against a very aggressive opponent, and I would say to myself, right, I'm going to call here on the turn, and I would always call brick rivers against this player. Otherwise, I would just like probably already overfold the turn against someone who's not going to be bluffing enough already. I think is a good way to look at it too.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I'd say in general, like if any, I was going to say in general, just to finish it off, was just majority of people that raise that turn in that spot, man, is probably just like not going to be bluffing rivers enough. I'd say at all. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. It's just going to be very, very underbluffed, I'd say, if people bet that river again.
It's just an under bluff spot, so therefore we can make a tighter fold. And at the end of the day, we only have a 6 kicker.
Yeah.
Now, I wouldn't be making a habit of folding top pair blind be blind, and if your players at the table know that you're willing to do that, they can run all over you. But that's also a bit of paranoia there. We play with the information that we have, not what we think could be a possibility against us.
No, so I like the fold. I like the fold. I think it's a good fold.
Yeah, I like that he's not getting married to his hand. It's so easy to just have the thought process, okay, well, I still have top pair. I've got a call, and hopefully the river goes check, check. Because players might raise there on the turn, probably don't have a jack or a 10 in their hand. But if they did decide to raise a worse hand than king 6, they're doing it to check the river, surely, if it's for value.
Yeah, I agree. Because it's probably too thin at that stage to bet again,
Yeah. We seen Ali 4-bet rip earlier. And he does it again. Interesting that he had the best hand.
True.
Yeah, that is hard though. The ace-3 off. You've got to. See, I think I don't do enough of them 4-bets around the bubble, because like, how often is your opponent 3-bet calling there? Like they don't even want to be 3-bet calling this close to the money without the nuts. It should be jacks plus, maybe even queens. I mean, jacks can slide in there, but do you really want to be 3-bet calling it off with jacks?
Not particularly, no. But it just, I don't know, man. I think intuition plays a good part there. Player profile and history, all that stuff, man. I have no doubt, and you've said this before already, that like I have no doubt these guys have reads on each other. It's a 1650 or whatever it is, buy-in wise. There's going to be levels of dynamics between these players. There has to be. So that's what I'm saying. Like making that decision there, even though it could be a punt in ICM terms. I don't know, man. Some people just have this feel where they just run it and they just say, if you got it, you got it. It's just whatever, Yeah, pretty much that.
Yeah, it's just player dependent, feeling out the table. Obviously, you're not going to see him always 4-bet with the ace-3, but it's a good spot to do it. Reapply the pressure.
6 raise, 58. 7 pass. 1 pass.
Nice sizing. 3-bet sizing to 58k here from Leonard, not going the full 3x. Just taking initiative and control of the hand. And Gianfranco is just going to shove all in with 9-6. Because he knows Leonard
this
can
time.
3-bet fold. No. It is only 35k more to call, and I say that because there is 106k in the pot. He is getting 3-1, and we can clearly see he has the equity with 33%. He's getting about the right price to call.
Still probably a tad bit loose, I'd say, but we'll see what happens.
But he needs about 25% equity, and he has 33. Now, we say that because we can see what the cards are, but I expected to see Gianfranco fold, but getting 3-1, he is going to opt to see a flop, and does flop a small piece of it, albeit bottom pair with a very bad kicker. No hearts either. Leonard smacking this one. Top pair and a straight draw. So what's the plan here, Alan? Do we just pot control, or do we try get it in? Do we bet small?
I mean, small is probably my preferred size in here, man. Like, I'd probably go like 25k max is what I would do here. And with the 9-6, bro, it's just like 9-6, man. I shouldn't even be in this hand. That's why it was like questionable pre-flop decision here, but we just can only check call. But we'll see what size he
bet
goes.
about 35k here. Seems nice. 40. Damn it! I was gonna go with 40.
I think he can go smaller here, honestly.
I mean, yeah, 35 and 40 is pretty much the same thing. But yeah, you want to go even smaller again?
I mean, I've started doing that in practice a lot more, man. Again, I know this isn't online, Mr. Apocalypse, but yeah, seems to have the same effect, if not better, in terms of folding frequencies.
Well, it's great because you've been playing so many hands, and I've been doing my homework on the comms and away from the comms a lot the last 6 weeks or so. Like, more than I have in about a year or two, I'd say. So it's great we're combining our thought processes on each hand, and combining that turn card, Gianfranco smacking that one.
See, now I would consider checking back this turn, because I don't think we're ever going to get 3 streets here now, and I like checking back these hands sometimes to like always call river, which, you know, to capitalize on some potential bluff catchers. Maybe some 6-7, some missed straight draws, whatever the case may be. The thing is, if you bet this hand here, you're probably not getting called by that many worse hands. That's the downside here. But if you check back, you can capitalize on some bluffs by what people might do. Yeah.
Does check it back. I was going to say, if he decides to bet the turn, then it's to bet the turn to check the river. Kind of like what I said in the previous hand. You could occasionally get called by 2 streets with a weaker king, although there's not many, or maybe even a 10 or a club draw, but that seems ambitious. When we have the jack of clubs, we block a lot of those draws that our opponent would have. But I say that, but Gianfranco has 9-6 of hearts, so
This is the thing. This is the thing. There's something that you assume is correct in theory might be complete opposite in practice. This is the thing. This is why poker is still interesting, man.
I think Leonard should check the river. I don't know if he gets called by much worse, but he might value own himself here.
I might be guilty of doing that myself. That's the other downside here, personally. But yeah, I don't mind a check back. Very nice river to check back for him.
If he was going to bet, he wants to bet something like around 70k, I think, to try to get a crying call from. There's not much worse hands that can call, though.
Not from the imposition shoes, not from Leonard's shoes. But if Gianfranco decided to bet the river, which I think is a better play than checking, because Leonard's not going to bet that river that often, and when he does, it's either going to be a queen or you know, some absolute air hands. So the thing is, if you block bet 70k there from a 9x, which is what the out of position player had, you can still get called by King Jack. You can still get called by King X. You can still get called by aces. You know, so I prefer betting the river there from the out of position shoes.
Yeah, I'm struggling tonight there, just talking about the in position player instead of the out position player. But I was thinking the King Jack should block, but that was only because Gianfranco had checked. But from Gianfranco's shoes, I think yeah, a blocker's sizing of, you could even go smaller than 70, but I think 70 seems like slides nicely in there for 1/3 pot.
No, I agree. I agree.
And you made it, yeah, very good point there. You can get called by over pairs, and there are hands that beat you. And if your opponent has a queen, you're about to find out.
Exactly, exactly. And you find out very cheaply instead of trying to check call, which is bluff catching, like, when you might face a bigger bet when he's going to have a queen some of the time anyways, like, you know.
Yeah, anything as small as 50k there, I think, is a nice sizing.
Yeah, yeah. 50 is what I would do personally if I was gonna probably if I was somehow in that hand with the 9-6 of hearts, basically.
Dula getting out of line, but it is 13 away from the money. Luca waking up with the kings at kings. And the one good thing about Dula's hand here is he can get away from it even for 6 bigs more. That's something now, like I was talking earlier, what I think about my game a few years ago. I would just have to call 6 big blinds more because I don't want players to think that I'm raise folding to 10 big blind stack.
Really?
But, yeah, because years ago I just was being exploited from raise folding too much. So I start raise calling. Well, I wouldn't open the button with Jack Deuce off in the first place, but I'm trying to say, if I open the button, I want that 8 big blind stack to know I'm committed to him. Otherwise, then they can start rejamming willy-nilly, and I lose a lot of my fold equity that I initially had from my raise folding range.
No, I like it. I like it. I like it.
But the flip side of that is you tighten up your opening range, and then they think that they have fold equity when they might have the odd time. But when we open a tighter range, then once we've been caught, we get them to shove a weaker hand that they might just fold. If they think that they don't fold equity, they might just get away from it because they know they're going to be called. So 2 ways of looking at it.
I just love the way that there's these levels of strategy in this game, man. It just goes from like one layer to another layer to another layer. It's just like more in depth and more in depth of exploits, like.
Yeah, I've seen it time and time again over. I've seen Giraffe do it. I see other big boy pokers over the W Coop just raise folding to 7 and 8 big blind stacks. It's not like it happens every hand, but I would definitely keeping an eye out for it, and it happened. I could around 5 times I've seen it. Yeah, more than 5 and less than 10. We'll go with that.
Yeah, fair.
I wasn't writing down every instance in my notepad like a guard taking information. Shoot ace king and the flop came. Now we've got action here. Gianfranco with the ace king, Leonard with the pocket tens, Vincent.
Jesus Christ, this could get big then.
Vincent the vulture is all in once more. Dula deciding to call in the cutoff. Maybe a bit loose considering we're getting close to the money. I do like a queen jack, but maybe I prefer here if it was suited. Anyway, we let that one slide. Under the gun opening, Dula calling in the cutoff. Vincent jamming it, and now one would think Gianfranco just moves all in over the top here. And Leonard going to be forced to muck his tens, is my prediction.
It's a pretty accurate one, I'd say.
No rocket scientist needed.
Well, there you go. Good luck, Vincent.
It is all in and call, and the pot will be just over $500,000. Vincent, 19% equity to stay in this tournament. Alan wishes you good luck, Vincent. He wants to see more from you. What a spot here for Franco.
Yeah, huge.
And if he loses this, he's still going to have 42 bigs, which is massive. But we don't want to give you that.
Dan.
The flop comes 10, 9, 3. And the hearts are covered by Gianfranco, so a lady is needed. The turn is the 6 of diamonds. A lady on this river and a lady only. Or Vincent will be your 67th place finisher. River is the deuce of spades. GG, Vincent. He was getting a lot of abuse in the chat and he made some questionable decisions, to say the least, but I like seeing players like that hang around. I like volatility.
He's definitely going in that direction.
The drink caught up with him. I said, the drink catches up with us all, Jaxie. You just have to find a way around it. Good man, Gianfranco.
Hero to zero.
Yeah, he's got mountains now. Look at the amount of chips in front of him. And VV says, painful to see that 10 off. Oh, when you were forced to fold a 10-10. That's right, Alan. The 10's getting out of the way.
Yeah, yeah.
That much consideration. KM says, if the Queen Jack off folds, Leonard might triple up with his 10s. Well, he's forced to call off his entire stack against two players, so I don't know. And one of them being Vincent. 10's not looking too hot in that spot. Too hot in that spot. There is your chip leader playing over $1 million. Woo-wee! What a spot to find yourself in.
Sick. Very nice.
Ali, the original opener, and that looks to be just a call. I understand this because Ali has 80 bigs. He doesn't want to get in a big confrontation. But if we're not going to 3-bet ace king, I don't mind it. I prefer to 3-bet from the small, and if you want to just call in the big, then that's fine. But he is going to try play a small pot, and it's not the end of the world.
Interesting flop though.
Ali is going to check it back, so both players playing cautiously, and it's a very interesting turn card. It's the 7 of spades. Flush draw, straight draw, top pair for Ali. His hand looking very strong once the flop goes check, check. And I'd like to see Gianfranco size up here on the turn, Alan. What do you think?
Yeah, I was going to say it there. I'd like to see maybe a pot-sized bet here. Like the ace king here most of the time, man, is going to be the nuts. I think when he checks back the flop, and plus he will have some ace x checkbacks on the flop himself. So we'll just punish that checkback range.
Plus, there's so many hands that under the gun shouldn't be opening here, but maybe a lot of that goes out of the window considering how close we are to the money. But it's not like Ali's just going to raise. Go ahead.
What I will say is that when Ali cold calls, or sorry, Gianfranco cold calls out of the small blind, he's going to have a lot of these maybe low pocket pairs that on this board in particular, maybe Alexi decided to check back for that purpose. Like I mean,
Yeah.
Gianfranco could have some ace 4, ace 5, ace 3 suited here as an example. Pocket 3s, pocket 5s, very very easily here. So just checking back to pot control there. Sorry, go ahead.
I was about to say I want to see a bet of about 75k here. He went for 82. So that's a nice pot for Gianfranco.
And I don't think Ali can like fold at any point either. Like he has to just call there. Just has to.
Well, that's why he checks back flop, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I like the way both players played that hand. It's not mandatory to 3-bet ace king there. I actually think I prefer calling. Like.
Interesting.
Yeah, because there's just level in war going on there. If you get click back 4-bet, I mean it's unlikely. Then you're in a bloated pot out position. I would way prefer to 3-bet if we're on the button, and I think flattening the big is superior to 3-betting in that particular spot under the gun against the big when you're 10 off the money.
Yes, it's an interesting one.
Yeah, if your opponent has like 30 or 40 bigs, it's about 40% of our stack, then it's a little bit different. But when he's got 800k there, I think he had to start the hand. It's just too deep.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all.
I like this guy's hat. I want it. Give me that orange hat. Alessandro with the aces, min raising. Christian 3-betting with the trees. No. I think we've got a better hands to do this with now than pocket trees, and it's just not a great situation or timing to do this.
You know what? Trees and 3-bet should never be in the same sentence, ever. Ever.
Give him a chance.
Crazy.
33 and a third, Alan.
Aye, 33 and a third.
It's all ahead of you once you get past 30. So they say, but your life only begins at 60 these days.
Allegedly.
I used to think it's a young man's game, but we're going to have to show them who's boss.
Exactly.
Pamu says, not even 3-betting 3-3 when your head's up. Well,
depends on the stack depth, no?
Does depend on the stack size. Maybe just 3-bet rip for 73 big blinds. I know. So Gianfranco is just going to come along for the ride behind. But this looks, you say what you want about the hand selection. It looks super strong to 3-bet here. It says 6 big blinds with 17 behind.
But again, like that, there's just better candidates realistically, no?
Oh, I don't like the 3-bet at all. I'm just saying it's going to
Yeah.
look very strong to the rest of the players in
Yeah.
the hand. Alessandro, with his happy feet, licks his chops and moves all in. It's just when we have 23 bigs to start the hand and we're sandwiched in between a load of huge stacks. Now, in his defense, if he is to get one, he's just moved to the table. He's not here that long.
Yes, again, man, that's just like, there's so many better hands, like, just so many better hands.
We are 8 off the money now.
Imagine it's a pretty easy fold here, no? Pretty easy fold.
Yeah. We've avoided putting in a chunk of chips pre. We just overcalled on the button. You've got your information. It's over 30 bigs to call. It's fine to waste a bit of time here. I would do the same if I was playing 117 big blinds. You were in no rush to do anything. Let the clock do it at once.
Yeah.
Nice set, my friend. Nice set.
Welcome, all the tastes. Welcome. Show me. Since I came here, I also didn't win any hands. Get used to it. Just one supply of it. He's thankful for you.
Fold all the way around to the button here. All players entitled to take a bit of time. You know for sure they're all going to be doing that on the outer tables, so no reason for the feature table to not take every advantage that they can. Hand for hand. It's getting close to hand to hand. It's not the most glorious time of the tournament, but having said that, there could be really interesting hands around the bubble because you get a couple of big stacks there, like what could have happened there with the ace-king. Now, what do you do there when it's click back 4-bet at you and you don't want to run into aces or kings even though you block them? You don't want to have a flip against queens or jacks and you're in no man's land.
No,
I love when
again,
yeah.
No, I was just gonna say it's nice when it's an interesting spot like that where you don't where you see the action that's kind of the most uncommon one or the most infrequent one. You try and just kind of break it down in terms of like what he's trying to think and why he's doing that. It's always interesting to do.
It can become quite the dick swinging competition sometimes when you've got a few big stacks and if they're big boys just battling hard against each other. it can create these crazy dynamics, and then when the bubble bursts, people go ham. Ali here in the small blind. Dominic. A lot of jack deuces out there tonight. I think this is a nice little spot to go for value bet / protection, especially blind v blind. Oh no, it's Dominic betting the 35k. I would actually don't mind a bet from Ali, like, because it flushes out some random equity that could just hit the river if it goes check check, and you can get paid by a flush draw or straight draw. And if your bet's called there with the ace-5, you could just give up on the river.
No, I love that. I like that.
It doesn't seem like an obvious one there to bet there, because it's just clubs out there. We've got diamonds, there's a king, there's a queen, but when you break it down, I think you could get a small bit of value there with a bet.
You obviously have to bet quite small too. You don't need to bet that big yourself to get them hands to fold that you want to fold as well. The air hands are the ones that you just want to deny equity to.
Yeah, it just goes check check, and it could be a 9 or a 10 or an 8, and then your opponent's caught up with a hand that you could have got them off on the turn.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it's player dependent. If players sniff that out, they can just happily raise you off your hand on the turn. Or I don't know the last time I seen a float, but bring back floating. More floating
is better, huh?
Make floating great again. From Leonard. Now, if I'm sitting there at one of the big stacks, I'm trying to figure out how often is this guy raise calling here off 20 bigs. Oh my God, Alessandro.
Yeah.
No way. Well, we're about to find out.
It's unfortunate.
Surely to God, you just call here. Okay. Phew. Either that or you make it like 50k or 45.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God, no, I don't believe it. Oh, Jesus. It's Queen 5-3, all spades.
He might not go broke here, man. There's a possibility of it.
It depends on the run out, Alan.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Yeah, you say that, but it's he's played his hand so deceptively that it's very hard to get away from these hands. Having said that, you wouldn't expect Leonard to be running a bluff. So, let's see what goes on. It's a very small bet of 13k.
He doesn't need to bet big on these boards to get folds. See, that's the thing.
Alessandro, just call or decide to try get some value with a raise is the question. If you think your opponent is going to be bluffing, just call, I think, is the best play. But if you think he can get Leonard to put more chips in, why not?
Finds a raise.
Yeah.
That's music to Leonard's ears.
Hello, Hollywood.
You just double check,
Good
huh?
evening.
Just let me double check.
Yeah. Do I have a spade?
Like once Leonard calls here, it'll definitely condense his range a lot. That Alessandro may and may not put in that much more chips on certain turns and rivers now after getting called when he raised his flop. Like Alessandro's range for continuing here, or sorry, Leonard's range for continuing here is going to be quite strong.
Yeah, for 32k more. Once he does commit the chips, he could. Okay, so he could have ace queen. For him to continue without a spade in his hand would be pretty dumb.
True.
Well, it doesn't mean it's pretty dumb, but you would expect him to put it in with like ace queen without a spade, or if he thinks Alessandro's going to keep firing. Now the 4 spades comes off. This is just horrible for Leonard.
Yeah.
Because what an action killer when he does try to get the rest of the money in. He's basically
He should check here, but he should check here on the turn. He should check his entire range here on the turn. Is what he should do.
Yeah, I don't want to use the word never. I hate that. Like, but it's very unlikely that he is just turning his hand into a bluff. Whatever his hand may be. Like, what do you think his continuing range on the flop consists of?
Yeah, I mean, pretty self-explanatory in my opinion.
And for Alessandro, he has 2 aces, so he heavily blocks Leonard having an ace in his hand. Mandatory check back on the turn, in my opinion. And now, it isn't beyond the realm of possibility that Leonard would have to turn a hand into a bluff if it goes check to him on the river. That 7 of hearts now complete and a straight as well, so Alessandro can have everything here. So when Leonard does shove, if that's the way the action's about to go, he just has to have a very strong hand.
I would bet 40 to 45k in Leonard's shoes here is what I would do. Because if I had some, I don't know, you probably have to turn Queen X into a bluff here at this stage, given how this hand played.
Would you risk that then, this close to the money, 6 off the money?
This is the thing.
You can win. Yeah, if you can win with a check, or you think you turn a hand like King Queen into a bluff now.
Maybe not as strong as King Queen, but at the same time, I don't know if I have much worse Queen X here, because again on the flop, man, what are we really continuing as we spoke about already? Not usually a player plus draw or sets or something like that, you know. So our range on the river here is quite strong. This is the thing.
Looks like he can hear you.
Yeah.
He's bet
What size does he
45,
go?
55, I think.
Yeah, it's fair enough.
KM makes a good point there. His bottom is 8s to 9s with a spade after calling the flop.
Yeah, something like that.
And the insta fold from the aces. Pretty sick spot. Well, you're probably just going to say it's a very easy fold with the ace jack suit, but if you got rejammed on pre, I think he just has to let it go, especially 6 off the money. But it makes me sad to have to raise a hand as strong as ace jack suit there. You have to have some form of a min raise folding range on the bubble, even if you would call it off in a normal situation.
That's the big difference, no?
How bad do you want those big American buffaloes? €4,050 minimum. I guess it's not in dollars, it's euros. Don't even have to deal with dollars, Alan. Euros.
Imagine.
And I'm being told that this is the last 3 hands of the night. No! No way! I hope you're all going to get a nice rest now for 2 action-packed days of poker ahead of us. Be sure to check us out on all the social media platforms: YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, the usual suspects. We've got a 50% sale on our merchandise, and you can find out additional information about the website or on the website www.kingsresort.com. I believe we will be starting at the usual time of 2:30. That's right, 2:30 Central European time. It will never be any earlier than that. There might be a slight delay and it could be a little bit later. Apocalypse says there's an hour delay this weekend, so probably 3 p.m. Central European time. Yeah, that makes sense.
Man, Apocalypse doing the job. Doing the job of a mod.
This man, I'm telling you, he's fantastic. Executive committee extraordinaire. He gives me the rugby updates when I'm commentating and everything.
Legend.
Dominic min raising from the cutoff with ace jack of hearts. Luca with the kings. Nice hand, Luca, mate. And this is cut off against big blind, so Dominic might have to call this one. You're exempt, Apocalypse. You get as drunk as you need to get if Ireland make it into the semi-finals, but just realise you have to recover in time for the semis and then recover in time for the final. Yeah, it's a 10 big blind shove. I think Dominic is going to be priced in here for 93k more. He's not going to love it. It's a third of his stack. But a player like Luca, who's had a lot of cashes here before, is well known on the circuit, is definitely capable of rejamming lighter than ace jack, especially cut off against the big blind. Luca loves this. Kings against ace jack. Piece of it here for Dominic. Jack 10 deuce. Turn is the deuce of clubs. Jack or an ace on the river, or Luca will double up to 241,000. And he does do just that.
That's your man. That's your man.
Dangerous man to be giving chips to.
Yeah.
He got brutally unlucky at 1 or 2 final tables, actually, over the summer. Definitely one sticking out in my mind anyway. So he has over 200k in cashes, but he'd be hoping to add to that. That's a face you're going to see for a long time. He's very stoic, very calculated.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
And confident. So, I believe this is the last hand of the night. was a fun introduction to the World Series of Poker main circuit event. Great to get the first day under our belt.
Indeed, sir.
I'll be eating me steak and eggs tomorrow and get out and get a bit of training done. I'll be flying high by the time 3 o'clock Central European time comes around. I won't be going to run a marathon now or anything. Don't worry, guys.
Jeez, don't do that now.
You'll be commentating on your own because I'll be keeled over somewhere.
Trying to contact you and say, where are you?
Yeah.
Keeled over somewhere.
Yeah, I'll be on an iPad somewhere. Luca shoving on Christian. And it's going to create a very interesting dynamic if that's the last hand of the night, because we are going to be coming back and we're still not in the money, so we're going to be breaking the bubble early tomorrow. Right, folks, that's going to do it. They're going to bag and tag. Me and Alan going to get some rest and be fighting hard now tomorrow on the comms.
I'm right.
Not with each other now. Not yet.
Not yet,
thanks a
not
million,
yet.
Alan. I will see you tomorrow. And thanks to the moderators and everyone in the chat. You know the drill by now. Like, subscribe, and follow. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. I've been Action Man Dan. Catch me if you can.
I'll catch you guys tomorrow as well, guys. Peace out, and we'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.